Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 10, the last day not only of the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro, but the last day of the entire tour. Today is what we've been waiting for. Skylar, looks like the wind is out there, gonna come in, push into the beach today, and get this event underway as soon as possible.
Yep, it is finals day here at Ho'okipa Beach Park, and we will be crowning not only our event champions here today, but also our world champions, both on the men's and the women's side. As you said, Ben, it looks like we're going to have a great day of action here. We see much more of a typical trade wind pattern than we've seen throughout the entire 10-day holding period. We do have white caps out here on the horizon, the sprinkling of clouds starting over the West Maui's behind us, and things shaping up to be a pretty fantastic day here. Not a whole lot of swell on offer right now, but that new pulse of northwest energy should be pushing in through the afternoon.
Yeah, and as our head judge has been saying all week, he resides here on the island of Maui. Kind of what you'd look for as a typical trade wind pattern. Off into the ocean, standing from the beach in Maui, is sort of a cloud layer that sort of sticks off of the coast out to the sea a little bit. And yesterday, though it was a clear day, a sunny day, a warm day, the trade pattern was a little bit light and just never really pushed in until the end of the day, and even then it was relatively light. But today, looking out, we see that more typical cloud pattern that wraps all the way from the West Maui's all the way along the North Shore, kind of coming off of Haleakala right behind us. So should set up ourselves for a typical strong wind trade day here on the island.
Yeah, exactly. And last night was really the first time in the last 10 days that we've sort of felt that, as you said, late in the evening, that breeze push in, and we pretty much had like a trade wind flow all night, and woke up this morning seeing those white caps out there. Hopefully going to be a great day of action here at Ho'okipa. So riders meeting taking place right now. We're going to step away for a moment and catch up with another legend, not only of kite surfing, but as of late, maybe in the last 10 years or so, of big wave surfing. So let's hear a word from Grant Twig Baker, and we will be back with the next announcement here shortly.
Well, I first got into kiting, I think it was 1996. We started with those foil kites on the beach with the skis. That was pretty big where I was from. There's about 20 or 30 guys doing that. And then we saw the video of the guys here in Maui, probably also around 97, 98. And a friend of mine ordered a bunch of kites from them, this first Whippikers. And that's how we got into it. We just did downwinders for a couple of years because we never believed that you could go upwind. And then we've got a couple other videos, and from there, as you know, it was super dangerous in those early days. A couple of friends got injured and dropped out, but I managed to stay in there, and eventually picked up my Cabrina sponsorship, and now here I am in Maui. When I first started kiteboarding, surfing took quite a back seat, and I think the same as everyone was just kiteboard crazy, but recently, because back then I wasn't a sponsored surfer, now I'm sponsored by Billabong to go around the world and surf. Obviously that's become my priority, but I've always used kiteboarding as like a cross-training tool. It's an amazing muscle reaction thing. Specifically when we were tow surfing, kiteboarding was amazing for that, cross-training. And up until about 6 months ago, I was kiteboarding at every opportunity. I traveled with kites, and wherever I was, I'd kiteboard. But I injured my shoulder like 6 months ago, and I haven't done a lot of kiteboarding, and that's why you haven't seen me on the tour this year. I've been trying to recover for every event, but just not quite at that stage, and then plus not kiteboarding a lot. I thought it was more appropriate to give it a chance to someone who was fully fit and at the top of their game kiteboarding. But then coming to Maui now and watching these conditions from the other day, that's exactly the kind of conditions that I ride at home, and I would have been super comfortable. And I've ridden in Maui a couple of times, and I love the conditions here. They suit my style of riding perfectly, being a natural footer and so on. And that really bummed me out. I would have loved to be in this event, and I feel if this event was like 2 years ago when I was at the top of my kiteboarding wave riding game, I could have really competed with the youngsters here. So it's been great to be here and watch the event and see how good the level is, but at the same time I've been, really chomping at the bit and wishing that I was out there. I've really wanted to support this tour because I think it's an amazing concept. It's something that kiteboarding needs, and I feel that the wave riding is the most authentic part of the whole kiteboard experience, and I would have loved to have been involved in the tour this year, and if you'll have me back next year, I'm going to make a definite effort to get involved.
Just heard from Grant Twig Baker of South Africa, hanging out in the islands this winter. He's basically going to be in this little triangle. They have the holding period for 3 big wave contests going on at the moment. Mavericks, the Eddy over on Oahu, and of course this Red Bull event that they just launched yesterday here, going to take place in Jaws. So Twiggy talking a little bit about his history in kite surfing, and obviously a legend in big wave surfing, and was going to be coming on tour this year, and unfortunately a little bit of a shoulder injury there, and focusing a little bit more on his big wave career at the moment. Hopefully a rider that we're going to see a lot more of in the future, and hopefully we're going to have him on tour with us next year.
Yeah, it's always cool to see sort of all of the people who have been in the sport for a while and the history and their stories. Pretty much everybody's story in kiteboarding is unique, and we are on Maui, an island with lots of rich history in kiteboarding, maybe one of the most influential places in the world shaping the sport. So it's really cool to see some old footage of guys out there riding. We heard some stories both from Robbie Nash and from Pete Cabrino over the last few days talking about their first times here on Maui, out with a kite, dragging through lineups and getting dragged all the way down the north coast here before anyone really knew what was going on. So always cool to catch up with all of those guys, and especially in a place like this where, again, there's so much rich history, so much industry that's all around us.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to hear, Twiggy is talking about that he started on a surfboard, just used one of his old surfboards, and it's pretty much come full circle, out here. It's great to see those guys here, like Pete, Robbie, and Twiggy hanging out, and the progression that we've seen over the last 10 or 15 years in the sport. These guys are still out here absolutely killing it, and it's just great to have their support and have them here hanging out at the KSP event here in Ho'okipa.
Exactly. Blessed to be here. Happy to have them with us. And we just heard from the riders meeting, based on the amount of time that we have to finish the contest for today, which is between 4.5 and 5 hours, Sky. In order to polish this thing off, we are going to be on half-hour calls until we get this thing underway, just so we can be sure to start this thing as soon as the wind fills in, anticipating as soon as we feel a little bit of breeze on the beach here, it'll be within minutes that we can actually get out there and get the contest started. So we will be back giving you live updates right now in just under a half an hour. We'll be back with you at 9:30 with that next update, anticipating a great day of action here. There's going to be lots of hooting and hollering, ranting and raving down on the beach of all of the riders, all of the crew, and everybody. Should be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. So please stay tuned. We'll be back with the next call here from Ho'okipa Beach Park at 9:30. And it is finals day. A lot of exciting heats on deck today. So we'll be back with the next announcement here in just under a half hour from now. All right, this is your 9:30 call here from Ho'okipa Beach Park. And, it's finals day here. Competitors getting ready down on the beach, staging for this final day of competition here, Ben. Not quite windy yet. Doesn't look like we're going to get a 9:30 start.
Yeah, actually, riders kind of milling around down on the beach, pumping their kites, looking out. Doesn't look like it's going to be an imminent start. Finish up their eggs and bacon, some spam musubis being taken down at the beach there, and hopefully, within the next half hour, we'll get this thing underway. Looks like we had a little cloud pass over ahead, maybe stopping it from heating up a little bit here right where we sit now, kind of delaying when that wind comes and pushes in here. But we can see a wind line, we can see it's definitely windy out there. Just need to give it another few minutes.
Yeah, that little bit of cloud just sort of came over the hills here. See a rainbow rather off in the distance there. And looks like we should hopefully get a 10 o'clock start if this wind fills in anytime soon, Ben.
Yep, so stick here with us. We will be giving you half-hour updates. This is the 9:30. We'll be back here at 10. Fingers crossed that it will be for the commencement of that men's heat featuring Patrick McLaughlin, Luke McGillivray. But chances are that will probably be about another hour until we get this thing off. But again, we'll be back here in just under half an hour with the latest update. Until then, enjoy your coffee. Have a nice morning.
And we'll be back here with you at 10 a.m. for hopefully the commencement of finals day here at the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. This is the 9-something update. We're looking at a first possible start here. Sorry, 10.
9:59.
9:59. That was what I was looking for, Ben. This is the 10 a.m. update here from the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. And as you can see here, wind filling in nicely. It looks like much more of a typical trade wind pattern here today. And people rushing around down there on the beach, Ben. We're going to get this thing underway very shortly.
Exactly, and as you say, it's going to start blowing the dog off the chain. It looks like we're going to have a 10:15 first start here. I see all the judges making their way to the judging tent. You can probably tell just by looking at us. You know, Goldilocks' hair blowing in the wind over here, and looks like it's going to be a fantastic day of competition. We have a long day, a full day, expecting you through a ton of heats, and eventually crowning that overall champ for the KSP 2012 Tour and the individual championship here at the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro.
Absolutely. So competitors staging down on the beach right now. First heat on deck. Current world number 4, Luke McGillivray from South Africa, will be coming up against local boy and Tour front-runner, points leader, Patrick McLaughlin. That is going to be a do-or-die heat for both of these riders. So those guys getting ready down on the beach. We are looking at a 10:15 first start here, ladies and gentlemen. So we will step away for just a moment, and when we come back, we'll be live action with that first heat between Patrick and Luke. So stay tuned, 10:15 first start. We'll be back with you with action and the commencement of this competition in just under 15 minutes from now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. I believe just about seeing the green flag come up, and this is going to be a huge heat here, Ben. Patrick McLaughlin, currently ranked #1 in the world heading into this final event here at Ho'okipa coming up against Luke McGillivray, the young South African, currently ranked number 4 in the world.
Yeah, just underway in that first heat of the day. Again, we had a lay day yesterday. Both these guys amped to get on the water, out there jockeying for position as we speak. As you said, Sky, Patrick McLaughlin, current World Tour leader, points leader, do-or-die situation for both these guys who do have shots at taking home the overall Tour victory. So whoever wins this heat, as we see
Luke McGillivray here into that first wave. Nice backhand snap, another little foam climb. Good little opening wave here for Luke. Another turn, looking pretty sharp on that board, and that is a great first wave there for Luke, a nice opener. And out the back here, Patrick McLaughlin, current world number 1 here on his home turf. First little check turn, see if something's going to line up down the line here for him, chasing a bit of a lump down the reef. Nice turn there from Patry, dropping back in, see if this thing is going to wall it for him on the inside. And doesn't look like much left of that wave at the moment. He's going to kick out and go find a little something else. So obviously a bit smaller waves on offer out here today than what we saw in some of the earlier rounds, but that swell should be increasing throughout the afternoon. It is a pretty west swell, predominantly more west in it than north, which is a little bit blocked by Molokai. So as that swell starts to increase, hopefully we'll get that raft coming in here into Okipa, and we'll have building swell through the afternoon.
That is what is on tap for the forecast for the day. You are correct, Sky. Again, we have a long day of competition ahead of us, culminating with that crowning of this individual championship here at Ho'okipa State Park for the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro, as well as the overall KSP Tour champion for the year of 2012. On the water, results from this heat will have big ramifications for that world title chase. Luke McGillivray needing to knock off current points leader Patrick McLaughlin to keep his hopes alive for capturing that overall title. As we see scores dropping, Luke McGillivray on the board early with a decent scoring mid 6-pointer. Sky coming on the board with a 6.57, getting on there early, putting the screws to Patrick McLaughlin out there early in this heat.
Yeah, I think Luke definitely got the better of that first exchange, just lucking into a good wave there right off the bat that offered up a little bit more scoring potential than Patry's first wave. But again, we will have to wait and see what our judges panel lock in down there. And still early on in this heat, over 9 minutes remaining, and still plenty of time for these guys to lock in a few more scoring rides.
And you can see out on the water, it's a bit cloudy out there, but wind did fill in. I would anticipate that as the day progresses, we will see some clearing, a bit more sunshine, probably a bit stronger winds actually, Sky, and as you said, hopefully a pick-up in that swell as well.
Yeah, this is pretty typical for trade winds here. Have some of those showers over Haiku, but here we go. Patrick McLaughlin on his second scoring ride here. Nice first turn coming around the corner. Another nice blast, throwing out the tail there. Good control, hanging on, and we'll see if this thing's going to offer a little more on the inside. Catching a little bit of rail there. Not much left of that wave. Luke McGillivray in the green Rashi there out the back. He's not quite liking what he sees. So it looks like maybe a bit of a correction of Luke's score there, a 6.33. But here we go. Luke McGillivray on his backhand once again, laying into that first turn, down looping his kite to get around that section. Another nice blast there. See if he can get back onto the open face here. Pumping, struggling a bit for power. A little foam climb there. And that is probably going to do it for that wave for Luke. So current scores on the board still have Luke McGillivray out in the lead, and Patry trailing close behind, with still just about 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat. I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of our volunteers and helpers down there on the beach, launching, landing these guys. See our guys out on the ski there, Steve Sadler from the MKC, out there driving. I believe Richard Hallman, who's been capturing some amazing photos throughout our 10-day holding period here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Hiro, who's been out there on the ski as well all week long.
Domo Hiro-san.
So if you're just joining us, this is finals day, the 10th and final day of our holding period here at Ho'okipa Beach Park, Maui, on Maui's beautiful North Shore. Scores just dropping for Patry McLaughlin, rocketing him into the lead of this heat. Currently a two-wave total of 8.26.
Luke McGillivray still sitting probably in the better position as we see scores dropping for him as well. He has a high score of 6.33, now adding a 4.67 to that, giving him an 11.2-wave score to Patry McLaughlin's now two-wave score, 8.26. So Luke, the early leader in this heat as we approach about halfway through. Again, Luke sitting with that 6.33 top wave score. Patry is going to be looking to match something a little bit closer to that number, if not a bit higher, if he wants to overtake Luke and continue his quest for that overall tour championship. Again, in control of his own destiny here. He wins the event, he wins the overall title. No one can take it away from him if he keeps winning. So, again, performing here at his hometown, sleeping in his home bed, feeling comfortable. Lots of friends and family on the beach, but currently halfway through the heat, Luke McGillivray, the South African, out in front.
So Patry's chasing a 6.67 at the moment, Ben. So out there scouring the horizon, looking for sets. A little bit of a slow heat here for waves. We saw a few good sets there at the beginning, and hopefully we'll see some more sets approaching here in the final 5 minutes or so of this heat. All right, Patry McLaughlin there switching stance. Looks like he's found himself a set wave here, dropping in. First turn, setting up nicely, chasing something here down the line. Floating up over that section, connecting it through, see if this thing will offer a little bit more scoring potential here on the inside, a little cutback maneuver, and not too much scoring potential in that one, unfortunately. Luke McGillivray out the back, turning, getting a little bit late to that section there, not quite connecting that turn and hitting the section, and it's probably not going to factor into Luke's high scores there. So thank you to everyone joining us online, live on KSPWorldTour.com. Of course, everyone down here on the beach. It is Saturday here on Maui, and I'm sure everyone's going to be filtering down here to the beach to watch all the action later on. Here on the beach on your screen, Patry's dad and girlfriend cheering on Patry. You see on your screen there. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this heat. These guys out there looking for sets. I'd like to say a huge thank you to our sponsors and partners of this event, the County of Maui, Best Kiteboarding, and Kabrina Kites, Nash Kites, North, and Ion. And we mentioned earlier the MKC helping out huge down here on the beach. I'd like to thank Eternal Riders for our beach setup down here, Second Wind, and of course Neil Pride Maui as well.
Again, we are in the first heat of the day. This is the final heat of men's round 2. Currently both riders playing the patience game out there on the outside, awaiting the next sets to come through. Patry needing a good one to come his way within the final minutes here to give himself a shot at overtaking the lead from Luke McGillivray, the South African. He's in position. He currently holds a 4.8 and a 4.33 and if he could knock out sort of that mid-range 6-point score, he would have a backup score better than Luke McGilloway here in the closing. So here we are, 2.5 minutes or so left in the heat. Patry chasing a good score,
6.21.
6.21 in order to overtake the lead. Pressure's on.
Yeah, and these guys just needing some sets. Looks like we have sets approaching the lineup out here. Luke McGilloway perhaps finding a little something here down on the reef. Taking a little look at this one. Looks like he's going to go ahead and pump into this one. Ben finding a little section here. One little check turn and not quite finding what he was looking for.
Looks like red flag is up. Have to wait validation of the scores to see who will be moving on into that next round of the men. We have far more action today coming up straight after this. We'll step away for a moment for a word from our sponsors and be back with more action from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. All right, on the water, live action. Heat number 1, women's round 2 on the water. Nina Biekler versus Mila Ferreira. As we said yesterday and have been saying for most of this so far, as we look at Nina Biekler on an inside wave here, setting up for that little inside section. Mila Ferreira right behind her. Nice little carving off the top turn there, but just going to fall out of the back again, just minutes into this heat. Both of these girls been riding great so far this event. This is heat number 1 of women's round 2.
Yeah, Nina Biekler currently ranked number 2 in the world coming into this final here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. The World Tour Finals, 4th and final stop of the KSP World Tour.
Starting out the first couple of heats today, Sky, it seems like it's been a bit of an exercise in patience. Sets a little few and far between coming in. Wave selection is going to really come into play as we motor our way through these middle rounds, trying to get our quarterfinals set, which will be coming up right after this for the men. This actually technically the quarterfinals for women. The first heat of the quarterfinals right here.
So a little bit lighter wind out there at the moment, Ben. Looks like sort of switched a little bit more offshore, gone a little bit light. And we'll see how these girls will do out there. Hopefully they've pumped up their big kites. A little bit challenging conditions out there at the moment as we get underway in this first women's heat of the quarterfinals.
This is Nina Biekler, you see going down a little bit there on the inside. As you said, probably a little bit of a wind switch, a little bit of a wind shadow there right offshore of the point here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. We are into our second heat of the day, beginning what is the women's quarterfinals. Nina Biekler from Germany in the white, Mila Ferreira in the green from Brazil. A couple of scores dropping early. Nina Biekler on the board with a 4-point wave score, still waiting for that backup. Mila Ferreira on the board as well, but we'll be looking to increase those scores. Probably both ladies looking to increase where they're at. We do have official results from that last men's heat, heat number 8 of men's second round. Pitted Patrick McLaughlin versus Luke McGilloway, and it is the young South African Luke McGilloway taking down Patrick McLaughlin, current world champ. Luke McGilloway, 2-wave score, 11 points. Patrick McLaughlin not quite able to overtake him in the dying moments of that heat, 9.13. Looks like we do have an abandonment of that heat, a postponement. Looked like the wind shut off just a little bit there, Sky, so we will put this on hold for the time being. Again, it's sun popping out. Looks like the weather's going to clear a little bit. Should push that right back in here. But until then, we'll step away for a moment and come back to you when we have some more updates or with more heat action from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro.
Right, so we are currently in a holding pattern following that first men's heat. On deck, Nina Biekler and Mila Ferreira, and just waiting for conditions to improve out there in the lineup. So next possible start will be 11 a.m., just over 15 minutes from now. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and throw it down to an interview with Christine Böse standing by on the beach with the winner of that last men's heat.
Thanks a lot, Sky. Congratulations, Luke. There was a lot of support for you in the live stream there. A lot of people in South Africa are tuning in, watching, wanting you to win this event and possibly even the World Championship title. This was a good step in the right direction. You managed to beat Padre McLaughlin here, the tour leader and the local favorite here on Maui, in conditions that probably were difficult to ride, but you made it nevertheless. What did it feel like?
It was really nice to beat Patry. I mean, now the title's open for everyone, so now it's a big battle to the end. See who wins it.
So you've moved in the round of the top 8 men now. You're going to come up against Felipe Ferreira in your next heat, or in his as well, obviously. Felipe, one of the regular footers on tour that has been riding backside in the last 2 events that we've seen, and you here on your backhand. Do you think that's going to make a difference in that heat, or you think you still have a good chance?
Well, I'm not going to give up. I'm definitely going to give it a little bash. So it's going to be a tough heat, but we'll see how I do.
Well, hopefully really well. You've scored quite well in this heat, even though with the conditions quite difficult. We're waiting for some more waves to roll in here and the wind to fill in, hopefully a little more as well. Your heat score, 11 points. Is that something you could be happy with?
I could do better.
That's good to hear. Well, hopefully you will be doing a lot better throughout the whole. Well, you've done really well, but hopefully we will see you ride as much and as well as you have in more heats this competition. Good luck. And we're giving it back to Ben and Sky.
Thanks a lot, Christine. Standing by with Luke McGilloway. Luke, stoked to make it through that heat into the quarters. Pretty tough blow there for Padre McLaughlin. Unfortunately, that is going to stop his charge for the title here this year. But as Luke McGilloway stated there, it does open it up for some other riders to possibly take the crown here for World Champion and also for Event Champion here at the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro here on day 10. Again, we are in a bit of a holding pattern here. Next possible start just about 15 minutes from now at 11 a.m. The postponement flag is flying, and our contest directors are just assessing conditions and waiting to see when this wind will fill back in.
So we'll step away for the next 15, coming back to you live at that 11 a.m. hour. My guess is that will be the commencement of a sequence to get us started at 11:05, but we'll see what the call is when that 11 o'clock hour rolls around. We will stay live here online. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, on hold next start, 11 a.m., and hopefully in the next 15 minutes we'll get this back underway with the restart of that women's first heat in the quarterfinals with Nina Biekler and Mila Ferreira on the water. So we'll step away for a moment and be back soon. Right, we are going into sequence here for the restart of that first women's heat. Just about 5 minutes away from the restart there. We did get a chance to catch up earlier in the week with both competitors in this heat, both Nina Bichler and Mila Ferreira. So let's cut away to a short interview with Nina Bichler earlier this week, and both of these ladies in contention for that overall championship. So a big heat coming up for these two, continuing their world title hopes and keeping them alive. Again, only about 5 minutes away from that restart of that heat. And 11:05 looks to be the drop of that green flag. But for a moment, we'll step away and hear from our next competitors on the water.
Yeah, the landscape is pretty similar, and same birds, same trees. Everything is a bit bigger. We have cyclones, so sometimes it's destroyed everything. I think it's smaller. Here it's very high mountains. We don't have so much. And for the spot, yeah, we have a little bit more beach. And the waves are very beautiful. For Emma it's confusing because it looks like Mauritius. So she kept saying that she want to go back to the other house. Oh, yeah. But now we explained her that it's really far away. She doesn't quite understand. Yeah, wave-wise, it's really beautiful. We had some nice surfing, and you get left, right. It's amazing. For kiting, we didn't have so good wind yet, but I can see the potential here. It's very nice. Only don't drop the kite, maybe. This wind direction is like Mauritius, and if it's coming a bit stronger today, it's gonna be a really fun day. As you said, yeah, I'm gonna feel a bit more comfortable here. On the first day was the other side, and then it's kind of sketchy to get inside. But yeah, maybe we get some good riding and fun today. Looking forward. I will be riding frontside. But yeah, it's not the same. I'm so much used to, from windsurfing also, you have to stand switch. And switch for me, it's almost like natural stance for kiting. And now I thought, okay, because I surf okay on the right, but it's not so much to do. If you surf good there, and then you have a kite, it's still different. So let's see.
All right, this heat is underway. Nina Bichler and Mila Ferreira. We saw the tail end of that ride from Nina Bichler there, and Mila Ferreira here on the inside. Trying to stick with that one a little bit. She's going to go ahead and kick out. We will wait for scores to drop from that first wave of Nina's. A nice little warm-up wave there. Just saw an interview with Nina Bichler, current world number 2. And she's here with her husband and daughter here on the beautiful island of Maui for the first time. Coming from Mauritius, well, originally from Germany, living on Mauritius, and talking a bit about the similarities between the two islands. Worlds apart, of course, but very similar landscapes, very similar weather. The only thing that's not similar is there's a lot of rights here and there's a lot of lefts in Mauritius. So Nina actually riding out here on her forehand. We were talking about this in some of the earlier rounds. She is actually a regular footer, but having lived on Mauritius for so many years, and that being all predominantly left, she normally rides switch. So this, although her natural stance, maybe not quite her strongest suit out here riding facing the wave.
Yeah, but again, a very experienced competitor that has a tour championship stop win under her belt, that being Mauritius, the Mauritius event at her home break. Definitely one of the favorites going into that event and came out as the victor, so definitely has been in the situation before at top. Was current points leader until the event in Ireland where she was overtaken by the Dutch rider Yalu Langere, but still in the hunt for that overall title, but coming up against the powerhouse here in Mila Ferreira. Won't be an easy task for Nina to pass through. Mila still in the hunt for that championship, and here we are with Nina Biekler on a wave on the inside.
Just getting some scores on the board here. This is her second wave. Her first wave just dropping a 4.5 and looking for this backup score here. Probably not going to be a huge score, but she will have 2 scores on the board now. Mila Ferreira here setting up, not quite finding what she's looking for. Definitely a wave catching heat out here, Ben. It's all about wave selection and getting onto the right waves, as we see Mila here hooking onto that next wave behind her. It looks like it's got a bit of wall here if she can get around this section. Just trying to keep tension in her line.
Oh, nice.
Snap there, keeping it under control, just hanging on and rebounding off the foam there, and she's going to go down on that one.
Yeah, a little bit late dropping into that wave. Looked like she found one that she was looking for. Absolutely able to put it together for a nice solid first turn, but looked like maybe she didn't quite have herself in the right position as she entered that first bottom turn there, and kind of set her up for not being able to be carrying it through for multiple turns after that first one, Sky.
Yeah, exactly, and there's a bit challenging conditions out there at the moment. Still a little bit light wind. We should have increasing wind through the afternoon, as well as this little bit of push of swell hopefully coming in later in the day. And we're going to be here with you all day long, calling all the play-by-play action. Hunting those sets. And looking like she maybe sees a little something here walling up. Will she chase it? Yep, she's going to go ahead and hook onto this wave. And struggling a bit to find power. Nice opening little cut back there. See if she can find a little something to work with here on the inside. And just rebounding off that foam a bit there. So current situation out there still has Nina Biekler in the lead with a 4.5 over Mila Ferreira's 3.67. Still waiting for scores to drop from their second and third rides. We'll update you with scores as soon as we have them here in front of us on our screen. It's great to see these trade winds kicking back in here in Maui. Kind of had some doldrums here going on over the last week or so. We have managed to run through some great heats, but not the typical Maui trade wind pattern that we are used to here on the Valley Isle. Mila Ferreira here with an opening turn on this wave, trying to get back on a bit of open face here on this smaller one on the inside. Nina Biekler out the back on a bigger set. She's going to kick out of that one, not quite finding the power she needs to get back down the face. Current situation at the moment, scores dropping. Nina Biekler retains her lead, the backup score of 5.33. So current situation has Nina in first with a 9.83 two-wave combined total over Mila Ferreira's 8.37. So still a pretty tight heat at the moment. Mila needing a 5.1. Muna White and Adriana Harlan. That's also going to be a huge heat. We've seen some great riding from both of those girls in the early rounds. So today is all about the world title race, as well as the event champions here at the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. We're going to be going through some of the different world title scenarios here a little bit later on. Mila Ferreira here. Nice little turn there, kind of an open face cutback, rebounding, another turn, and into a third one here on the inside. Definitely some smaller, challenging sort of conditions, but these girls making it work to their advantage. Nina Biekler looking for a backup for her 5.33. She's trying to replace that 4.83 to factor into her two-wave scoring line. Mila Ferreira still sitting in second place with a 9.7.
Here we go, Mila Ferreira on a wave in contention. Nice.
Oh, not quite able to stick with that one. Blowing the fins out, but not able to project enough down the face. Nina Biekler here with some speed. See if she can get a piece of this wave. Not quite finding a good connection there on that one. She's going to kick out into the channel as that one dies out. Mila Ferreira hooking around onto this next wave. And nice snap there from Mila. See if she can back that up with a second turn. And that one is going to go ahead and fizzle out as it reaches deep water down there at the bottom side of the competition zone.
We're not streaming, dude. It doesn't matter. You're switching.
Alright, so we've seen one wave ridden so far from Muna White. Still waiting for scores to drop from that first wave. Looks like she is going to find another one here. Adriana Harlan out the back. Let's see what Muna can do with this smaller inside wave. First turn there. Nice. Looking really sharp on this smaller wave. Just going for that backup score. Adriana, first turn out the back. Nice vertical snap there. Straight back down the face. Coming around. Another nice hook there. Bringing that nose all the way from 12 o'clock. Projecting straight back down the face. And that's going to be a great opening score there from Adriana Harlan as well. Final day of the holding period here, day 10 of the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro Maui 2012. We will be crowning our world champions of the KSP Tour today. And we will be running heats all day long here, hopefully in improving conditions throughout the afternoon, and crowning our event champions here for the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro as well. I'm Sky Solbach, joining the booth here, my fellow commentator Ben Meyer, and Adriana Harlan here taking a little look. Not quite finding the set wave she's looking for. Thanks to everyone for coming out on the beach here on a beautiful Saturday on Maui, as well as everyone tuning in online live on KSPWorldTour.com. We've got a huge day of action ahead of us. Quarterfinals, heat number 2 of the women out there on the water at the moment. Following the quarterfinals of the women, we'll be going straight into quarterfinals of the men, where it will be do or die, as we are into knockout rounds from this point on in the competition.
Motherfucker. I want to welcome all of you joining us live at home. A couple of technical difficulties there bringing you this action. Much apologies, but we are right into the tail end of this women's quarter-final heat.
Just to bring you all up to speed, Muna White currently sitting in the lead, but here we have Adriana Harlan taking a look at this one. A little bit late on that first turn, and she's going to kick out of that one knowing that there's probably not much scoring potential left in that wave. Very close heat. We've seen some great action so far. Muna White here on this one. Nice turn, fluid style, nice second turn, throwing some spray out the back. Looks like Muna has just a slight lead over Adriana. Adriana just getting into that section a little bit late, getting ejected there. And we do have scores dropping here. Looks like Adriana Harlan has taken the lead back. Of course,
by 0.1 points. Probably still waiting for a wave or two to be scored from Muna White. We will see if that changes, but current situation, Adriana Harlan in the lead, 13.1 two-wave score to Muna White's 13.0 two-wave score. And just like that, as we speak, Muna White posting a 5.33 backup wave score, retaking the lead with that last wave from Adriana Harlan into first place, 13.5 to Adriana's 13.1, coming down to the wire, Sky. If one of these ladies can get on one more wave, that's about all the time that they're going to that's all about. They're only going to have time for one more at best. Little bit of a ripple out there on the water.
Looks like perhaps Muna White getting one last wave here. She's going to be chasing a... I'm sorry, she's in first with that 13.5. So Adriana Harlan will be chasing a 6.08.
The green flag is down. We are under 1 minute to go. Adriana hoping there's one more set wave coming her way to initiate that bottom turn before that horn. Needing a mid-range score to overtake the lead. She is sitting with that backup score, 5.67. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to initiate that turn, Sky, before the horn.
Yeah, right down to the wire, Ben. We will wait to get confirmed scores here, but Adriana looking like she hooked onto a nice wave there, a nice turn. Unfortunately, this wave is not going to count as she did not initiate her first turn before that red flag was raised.
New and updated scores that we have here, again, non-confirmed, non-verified, but Muna White posting another backup score, besting her previous backup score, 7.17, putting her in the lead, 15.34. We will wait and see the final official result, but both these ladies absolutely charging on the water, super close there, came down to the final minutes, posting some high scores, 8s and 7s on the board. And we will let you know as soon as we can the official results from that. Again, coming up on the water next, Kirsty Jones from Wales versus Kari Skivebag of Norway. Should be a great heat on the water, Sky. These ladies both been charging.
Yeah, Kirsty Jones coming from Wales, been on tour all year, as well as Kari Skivebag from Norway. Both these girls been battling it out all year, from Portugal to Mauritius to a very cold Ireland just about a month ago, and winding up here on the beautiful Valley Isle of Maui for this World Tour final event here at Ho'okipa Beach Park.
You see on your screen in front of you, Kirsty Jones, Kari Skivebag coming up next. A spot in the semifinals on the line for these two ladies. Kirsty Jones has that outside chance for taking home that overall world title. Again, some things need to go her way. Already some things happening, as we had, I believe, in that previous heat with Mila Ferreira and Nina Biekler. We look at our confirmed results, and we did have Mila Ferreira advancing over Nina Biekler, opening up that tour race just a little bit more.
So definitely some upsets early on here today at Ho'okipa, Ben.
And standing by down with that last heat winner, Mila Ferreira, is Christine Buze. on the beach. Let's throw it down for an interview.
Thank you very much, Ben. And congratulations, Mila. A 15.26 wave score. That's the highest wave score we've seen in the women's competition so far. I find. How did it feel out there? Tell us.
Yeah, I'm happy. It really was I think was the hardest heat for me because I was waiting good waves and it wasn't come, but I was looking on the, I think, last minutes of the heat and I've got a good wave, so I'm happy.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit of a nerve-wracking heat there. Nina in the lead for most part of the heat, and you had definitely a slow start to your heat there, but then you had high scores coming in through the last 3 minutes, and you made it a real deal out there. So now you've just kicked out Nina, who was in front of you in the world ranking, meaning that you've now climbed up to second place in the world ranking, and that definitely opened up the world title race a little more there. Are you feeling the pressure? What's your tactic going into the next event? Heat, I mean.
Yeah. I just try to stay easy and relaxing to try to get the best place of the heat, and crossing the fingers to the girls that is in front of me on the ranking, lost before me. And I don't know, just try to do my best on the beats and have a look on the way.
Well, good luck with that one, Mila. I'm looking forward to seeing you out there again in the next round. And, well, let's see who's going to come up in the top in the end. And we're giving it back to Ben and Sky for now.
All right, live action out there on the water. Kirsty Jones and Kari Shibavag waiting for those first scores to drop. Saw some action taking place there during Mila Ferreira's interview. Mila, the winner of that last heat. Congratulations, Mila. And as Christine said, opening the world title race there just a little bit more on the women's side. Nina Biekler, definitely one of the very best female riders in the world, taking 2 back-to-back tour wins at last year's 1i Pro and this year's 1i Pro respectively. But on the water right now, Kirsty Jones, nice big turn there. And sticking with this one, trying to sort of milk it for that scoring potential. Kari Shibavag out the back on a bigger set. See what this one will offer up. Nice first turn there, just getting there in time, hooking it under the lip. And one more rebound off the foam there. Maybe getting a little bit of a reform here on the inside. And she's going to kick out of that one.
Early going here, Kari Shibavag on the water, posting a couple of lower range scores, but on the board, perhaps with a good backup score. She is currently in first, 5.97. Kirsty Jones still waiting for those first ones to drop. But we are in the early going of this heat. Just under 9 minutes left for the completion of this women's quarterfinal. Number 3 on the water, Kirsty Jones, right over the photographer.
Almost taking out the photographer on that one. But you know what? These girls are hungry. There are world titles and event titles out there on the line. And she goes, you know what? That's where I want to hit the wave, and I'm going for it. Get out of my way.
Kari Shibavag on the water. Nice opening turn. Getting the better of the wave selection so far, I would say, Sky. Winning that sort of position war, that position battle out there. Again, a lot of competition comes down to choices and where you position yourself. Looks like Kari so far in the heat, being in the right place at the right time. But for the rest of this heat, not quite halfway over. Still wide open. Some fairly low range scores overall. Leaving the door open still for someone to uncork a big one as the heat goes on to take this and stamp themselves for a shot in the semifinal. Again, Kari on a wave on the inside. Nice opening turn. Going to try to race around this section, try to get back into the pocket. Finds her way just as that little closeout section, not able to hold it quite all the way through. Kirsty Jones now on the water.
Little layback there to open up, coming around, foam climbing that thing, keeping it together, see if she can find a bit more to work with here as she chases this one down to the inside. Looks like she sees a little bit something down low. And that one not quite walling up enough for her current situation. Kari Shibabag in first place with a 9.23 two-wave total to Kirsty's 4.5. Still waiting for scores to drop. And you can see our competition site down here. The flags are blowing in the wind. We've got about 20 knots out there.
The answers, my friend, are blowing in the wind, as the poet Bob Dylan would say. And we will get answers today for victories here at the individual event of the Ho'okipa 2012 individual KSP Tour stop, as well as overall 2012 champion being crowned today. We will keep you updated as the day goes along based on what we see in front of us, Sky, on utilizing your mathematical skills, telling us who's still alive out there, who still has a chance to take home this victory. We've already seen a few upsets, kind of eliminating a few people already from contention. Patrick McLaughlin going down a bit earlier to a rival he's had for the season out, Luke McGilloway, and as well as Nina Wickler going down to Mila Ferreira on the women's side in that previous heat, dashing the hopes for the world title for both of those riders out there, Sky. So already the World Championship picture shaping up a little bit as we see Kirsty Jones in front of us here. Does have an outside shot for that Tour Championship.
Nice little two-stage, little double pump bottom turn there. Not a great wave to work with, but she's going to stick with it.
With just under 5 minutes left to go in this heat, Kari Shibabag on top, posting a two-wave score, 10.4 currently. Kirsty Jones needing to let loose on a big one or combo up Kari to catch her. Here's we see Kari here on the inside. Again, really great wave selection, great opening turn, racing around the corner here, back in the critical section. Going to try to pump through, gain some speed. A little bit of a turn on the inside. Kirsty Jones looks like perhaps she's found one she's looking for. Nice, powerful bottom turn there, racing down a little bit, trying to keep it together. Goes for a little bit of a lip hit there, landing, butt checking a little bit there on the inside of the back on her board. Feels like it's picked up a few knots in the last minute, couple of minutes here, Sky. You can see this girl's probably reaching for the D-power a little bit out there as the afternoon hours approach us here in Maui. Land heating up, winds picking up.
It's picking up. It's just poke my head out of the booth there for a minute to assess conditions out there, Ben. Definitely getting very windy as these typical Maui trade winds finally grace us here with their presence on the final day of competition here at the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. Kari Shibabag, taking a look at this one. Nice smooth base on this one. Nice opening turn. Holding it together with that, carrying a lot of speed into that second bottom turn. Another little open face cut back there on the end of that wave, kicking out.
Yeah, you can see speeds increasing for the riders here down the faces. Taking kite sizes out, probably that was perfect for the wind about 10 minutes ago, but within the last 10 minutes seems like it's picked up a few knots. You can see that they're struggling a little bit more with checking that power as they get into the wave. Current situation, Kari on the water. On the screen in front of you, 10.42 wave score, 7.63 for Kirsty Jones. Needing that 5.87 to overtake Kari for the lead. Not out of her reach by any means, but we are winding down with under about 3 minutes to go in the heat.
These girls definitely looking very powered up out there, Ben. Kari chasing this bump here. First opening turn, not quite able to hold on. Kirsty Jones here, laying into a bottom turn. Nice turn, just kind of catching the nose and going over the front on that one.
Yeah, as we know, Sky, from kiting here often in Maui, when that trade pattern picks up, when that wind starts to pick up, it's almost like an uppercut to the jaw if you're on the wrong kite size out there. Pretty can roundhouse punch you out of the water if you're not careful out there.
That's for sure. Maui is a wind sports mecca, and this is exactly why. Once it gets into this trade wind pattern, it's pretty much game on.
Beautiful first turn.
Yeah, great turn there from Kirsty, throwing a lot of spray. Another one there.
Oh, Kirsty really needing that wave to get herself back in contention for this heat, as you see right there in front of you, green flag coming down. That maybe was her final opportunity to overtake Kari for this heat victory. Again, current situation on the water still has Kari in front, but Kirsty chasing that 5-point upper 5-point score in order to catch her. Not sure that last one is going to do it, but we will await scores to be officially updated. I believe maybe a wave or two of Kari's has not been scored yet as well.
Red flag.
And that is red flag ending that heat. We are into women's quarterfinals. Next up on the water, current points leader, world number 1, Yalu Longare versus defending world champion Inês Correia, the Portuguese rider. It will be a hot heat, Sky. The current world number 1 versus last year's reigning world champion.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a huge heat for sure. Yalu currently sitting in first place on the tour, and she is going to be ready to do battle out there, as Inês is as well. Both of these girls been here for quite a while now, getting used to the conditions, surfing out here as much as possible. There has not been a lot of wind in the last week or so, but luckily these girls got here early, got a few days before we went into that no-wind spell, and getting back into these trade wind patterns here. Strong conditions on offer. Both these girls very strong, powerful riders, and we've got world titles on the line out here today, Ben.
Yep, coming up next on the water, these two ladies. We are going to step away for a moment to hear a word from our sponsors and be back with you. More action from day number 10, last day of the holding period, last day of the 2012 KSP Tour, in just a few moments.
All right, we are just about underway for this final women's quarterfinal heat. Ayrton Cozzolino there, checking out conditions. Ayrton will be coming up in those quarterfinal heats. So Inés Correa there chasing this one and just kind of mistiming that first ride a bit. I think she got a little bit out in front of it, maybe not expecting it to wall up as quickly as it did. And just warming up, getting ready for this heat. So out there on the water, current world number 1, Yalu Langare against reigning world champion Inés Correa. We're going to throw it down to an interview with the winner of that last heat from Oahu. This is going to be Muna White standing by with Christine Böse.
Thanks a lot, Sky, and welcome here to the interview wall, Muna. Congratulations on winning this heat against your fellow Oahu competitor and rider Adriana here. It was a close heat. We had you in the lead first, then it was Adriana, then it was you in the lead. You were just swooping back and forth. How did it feel out there, and are you confident for your next heat?
Felt really close when I was out there. I saw Adriana on some good ones. She did really well, and I guess I just got one at the end that got it for me.
Yeah, and it was really like the last seconds of the heat. We weren't sure if Adriana is going to be able to get onto another wave, and then you got onto another wave, but it wasn't really the best ride, so it was definitely crazy to watch. Yeah. And well, it was good to see both of you ripping out there for sure. We talked about it before. It was a bit of a shame that the two of you came up against each other so early on in the ladder, but both of you are unseeded riders. You didn't compete in the tour this year, so that's what happens in that case. Are you both, or you can probably only talk for yourself, are you motivated to get on tour next year and change that and actually have a seeding?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to come back next year. It was really fun doing this event, and it'd be great to try some other spots too.
Sounds great. Well, we would be looking forward to having you, and for now, I wish you good luck for the rest of the contest here. And we're giving it back to Sky, and then for now.
All right, we just heard from Muna White from Oahu, taking the win in that last heat. Current heat on the water, Yalu Langare and Inés Correa. Yalu coming from the Netherlands, hopefully a lot of Dutch fans tuning in late at night, possibly into the morning hours over in Europe, as well as Inés Correa. A lot of fans in Portugal staying up late to watch this quarterfinal heat. This is a do-or-die situation out there at the moment, Ben. Yalu Langare currently sitting in the lead with a 5.17.
Yeah, exactly. We, I believe, are about at a 12-hour time difference between here and mainland Europe. So very soon it will be Goedemorgen in Holland.
Goedemorgen Nederland, as they say in Dutch.
What I wouldn't give for a nice stroopwafel this morning sitting over my coffee.
Listen to some... what other Dutch trivia you got, man? Golden earring? Golden earring.
On the water, Yalu Langare, current world number 1, out quickly in this heat already, posting a two-wave score, 9.17, working this one on the inside. That probably won't increase her wave scores too much. This on the water, Inés Correa, current reigning world championship, still in the running for the 2012 World Championship, needs to take down Yalu Langare to have a chance at that world title. Yalu, again, master of her own destiny, needs to win this. If she wins this event, she wins the World Championship. Nobody can take that away from her. Yeah. And currently Yalu sitting in that first place position on the water.
Yeah, Yalu, setting herself up nicely early on in this heat. Still plenty of time remaining, but sitting in the lead with a 9.17 to Inés's 5.6. Still plenty of time in this heat for these women to increase those wave scores, but Yalu coming out strong right out of the gates and posting 2 mid-range scores.
Here is Yalu Langre and Inez Correa both on the water at the same time, on a wave. Obviously both on the water at the same time, both on a wave at the same time. Inez not able to quite hold that one together. Yalu going in for a quick look, but figuring that was not going to help her situation out. Currently, we are looking at Yalu in the lead with that 9.17 two-wave score to Inez's 6.6. So we see Richard Hallman in the water there. Has almost gotten taken out 3 or 4 times we've seen out there.
We've got a few photographers out there swimming. I believe I saw Eric Ader, very well-known waterman, Hawaiian photographer out there as well swimming. Those guys capturing some great images out there, no doubt, here on the final day of competition. Inez improving her situation a little bit, but needing to get some bigger scores on the board. Currently a 6.6 two-wave total to Yalu's 9.17 here in the 4th and final heat of the women's quarterfinal.
That was Inez with a nice opening top turn on this wave.
Looks like Inez maybe finding her feet here and possibly improving her scoreline there a bit. Yalu Langare out the back, bit of a smaller wave, nice first turn, coming around this little section. Not a whole lot to work with this wave, but she is definitely keeping busy out there. Not one to sit back, and yeah, just keeping busy, catching a lot of waves. Don't quite know where I was going with that one, Ben.
Well, your insight is invaluable as always. A valuable piece of knowledge sitting next to me here. Hope I can tap into it here as we continue our commentation of this 2012 Hokipa Kite Surf Pro. 2 ladies on the water now, the final heat of the women's quarterfinals. Big one on in the importance of the battles. We see Inez Correa, huge.
Inez. Nice control, laying back, coming out of that turn, and another second bash there. I'm going to have to say that will be a good backup score there for Inez to get on the board. Yalu Langare staying high on this one. Not a great set wave.
That one looked like it was going to turn into something actually, but it just sort of didn't really wall up the way it looked like it was going to. It looked like she was in proper position, but just not turning anything that she can work with. There on the inside, as we see new scores dropping for Inez, increasing her scores from 4.6 and a 3.17 combined total 7.77. Still trailing Yalu Langare, current world number 1, out there with a 9.17. But still some time left in the heat, just under 5 minutes left for these girls. A heat that has world tour ramifications. Whoever wins this heat still alive to capture the overall KSP Tour title for that 2012 season. Looks like we might have a bit of a bigger wave here for Yalu on the inside. Dropping into this one, going in for that first turn. Again, kind of not walling up like it looked like it was going to.
Inez here on another set wave. Nice setup turn there, coming off the bottom. Just dodging a photographer there, ducking the wave.
Racing around that section, seeing if it can't wall up a bit before it's not going to. Just sort of crumbles and foams out for her a little bit there on the inside, but perhaps in that range where she was before of her previous 2 scoring waves, 4.6, 4.4. She's currently sitting 8.6, not far behind Yalu Langare with a 9.17. Looks like either of these 2 ladies could just need one medium scoring wave in order to take the victory.
Yeah, Inez needing a 4.58 to overtake the lead from Yalu. So still anyone's game at this moment, at this point in time. We do have official confirmed scores from heat number 3 of women's quarterfinals between Kirsty Jones and Kari Skipavag. Taking the win in that heat, Kari Skipavag from Norway. And she will go on to face...
Back to Yalu Langare on the water here.
Kari Skipavag will be facing the winner of this heat on the water right now. So Inez chasing that wave down low. Coming into the final moments of this heat. On deck we do have the beginning of men's quarterfinals. Some huge matchups coming up. There's going to be no easy heats from this point on in.
The contest, I think, is the word you were looking for there.
I'm trying to multitask and not quite working out for me.
That's all right. That's why we're a team up here, Sky. Always feels good to be sitting next to you. As we hear the horn for that last women's quarterfinal heat, awaiting scores to be final, to be ratified. We will be giving you those updates as soon as we have them. It was a tough heat. Kind of a low-scoring affair out there, Sky. Didn't look like there was too many big set waves on offer that heat, but that's sort of what happens sometimes during contests. You'll have heats that are firing and heats that are not, and that's really what separates the world champions from the has-runs, being able to use the conditions that are on offer out there. Both ladies dealing with the same set of circumstances, and we will have to wait and see if Yalu Langare was able to hold on versus Inez Correa, world number 1 for the tour currently this year versus the defending world champion from last year. And as we are in sequence for the next heat on the water, we will step away and be back with more action from the 2012 Hokipa Kite Surf Pro.
All right, and while we stage for this next heat, we're going to throw it down to the winner of that last women's heat, Christine Böse, standing by with heat winner Kari Skipavag.
Thanks a lot, Sky. Welcome to our interview wall here, Kari, and congratulations on winning this heat against Kirsty. You've ridden quite a few heats against her this season. Are you happy that here on Maui at the final event you were able to beat her, and what are your goals for the following heats in this event?
Yeah, finally I managed to beat her. Like, it's been her time, my time, her time, so this time maybe it was my time finally. So I'm very happy. We got some really nice waves coming in the heat, and also the wind picked up. So yeah, now I think it's for 6. So I hope next heat will be strong and we get the same nice waves. So I'm ready for more action. It was nice.
Well, I hope that that's going to happen too, and hopefully you girls get some epic conditions to ride there into the finals. It's we're running a different elimination this time. We've switched to the short dingle to keep the contest time shorter and to actually get a result here. There's no cheating through any heats anymore that are not so good. So you really had to be on fire here to make it against Kirsty, and you are already now in the top 4 of the girls. Are you gonna step up all the way, and can you maybe make it in the World Championship title race still?
I'm just going for this event because this year has been a disaster for me. Nothing worked. Now I have a really nice board from Oahu, Amazon. So yeah, so this is working really good, and I'm really happy to ride here. Finally, my right side, and the wind is strong, and so I'm gonna do the best I can to stay in the final for sure.
Good point. It's always good to have good gear, and it's definitely different in each spot you come to. It's your first time here on Maui. Are you liking it, and are you going to stay for a little longer?
Yeah, I've been in Oahu, and it's been amazing there for kiting, so I'm going back there. And also here in Maui, it's nice. It's better for surfing, I think, than kiting, but also now when we have this spot, it's nice.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and good luck for the rest of the contest for now. We might see you back up here, and for now we're giving it back to Ben and Sky.
Alright, just hearing from previous heat winner Kari Shibabag on the beach there, standing by with Christine Buza on the water right now. A huge heat. Mitu Monteiro of Cape Verde going up against this guy, Sebastian Ribeiro. Both guys on waves at the same time, coming live at you. Mitu Monteiro posting a 6-pointer already. You see on the foreground in front of you here. Sebastian with a 2-wave score, immediately have a 4.16. But Mitu should be able to get a backup score here. See a little sliding 3 on the inside there. Looks like perhaps set waves picking up a little bit more for these guys than we saw in that last ladies heat that pitted current world number 1 Yalu Longere versus defending champion Inez Correa. Still waiting for those scores to be official as we see Sebastian on the inside working this all the way down in front of the judges' tower. Stoked to be sitting next to me in the booth right now, Pete Cabrina. Welcome to the booth, Pete. Great to have you along here. You've been here checking out the action here for most of the last week when we've been here. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. It's good to be here.
And on the water currently, that first quarterfinal of the men, getting into some pretty stacked heats here. And these are the ones really, as we looked at the ladder, that are going to separate the men from the boys. No easy heats in the quarterfinal from here, or in the event from here on out, as we are in men's quarterfinal. So all the action coming to you live here as we go to Mitu Monteiro on the screen in front of us. Anybody who's stuck out to you so far, Pete, as you've been here watching?
You know, all these riders are really impressing me. I've been watching sort of from a distance as the tour's been away from Maui, and it's really nice to see them live and where you can really get to see all the little nuances of their style and whatnot. And yeah, I think of course I'm a little partial. Keahi's always impressive. I think Ayrton's been also equally as impressive, and Mitu and some of the other guys. Some of the backside riding's been really, really impressive to me. That's something that I'm sort of dedicated to here at Hokipa, being a goofy footer. So I'm really watching those guys a lot to see how they do.
Yeah, exactly. And again, you're no stranger to this north shore of Maui. We caught up with you a bit earlier in the week when we talked a bit about your history with kite surfing here on the island and how you got into it pretty early on, and we're actually launching from Ho'okipa here just upwind from where we are now. Is it cool to see where the sport has progressed, I guess, from that first moment, kind of dragging out, not really knowing what's going to happen, to, these guys doing some pretty ridiculous stuff with the same basic surf shapes that you guys started with that long ago?
Yeah, it's kind of come full circle. When we started, we were on surfboards because that's, for lack of any other type of equipment, we just grabbed what was ever in our garage. And but at the time, we weren't really trying to ride waves. We were just trying to basically, follow this kite around. And, from there it got into twin tips. And then at one point in time, it just came back to surfing. And from that point on, it's really progressed. And I would say in the last year, it's taken insane leaps forward.
Oh, that was a sick hit there by Me Too Montero. We just saw a wave ridden by Sebastian Ribeiro there. And Me Too right behind him there, following it up with another probably pretty high-scoring ride, if I had to take a guess.
Current situation on the water in this men's quarterfinal. Me Too Montero with a 2-wave score, 13.27, a 7.27 with a backup of a 6. Not far behind, Sebastian Ribeiro, the Brazilian, current world number 3, sitting there with a 9.57 2-wave score. Again, this is a battle of some heavyweights. Just under halfway through this men's quarterfinal heat, and Skies, we've been talking about, this is sort of the kickoff of that. Every heat from here on out is going to feature some pretty fantastic riding, and hopefully as the day progresses, we keep getting that swell pushing in here, and I can't wait to see what these guys are capable of as we work our way towards that final, towards crowning our champion here at Ho'okipa, and also the overall world champion for the 2012 season.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day, action-packed. Looking at my screen here, some of these heats in front of us, these could all be finals. The one out there on the water at the moment, Sebastian Ribeiro, current world number 3, coming up against Me Too Montero, current world number 5. Looking forward into the heat draw here in the quarters, Guilherme Brandão coming up against Ayrton Cozzolino, Stefan de Figueiredo coming up against Kiahi de Aboides, and Felipe Ferreira, and the winner of that first heat this morning, Luke McGillivray. This is do or die here on the final day of the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. Sebastian Ribeiro taking a look at this one. Walk us through this wave, Pete.
Well, he's hitting it pretty hard on his forehand, and I think that's the biggest difference between what's gone down in the last year or so, is that these guys are hitting critical sections, blowing their tails out on the turns. This shot of Me Too right now, he looks like he wanted that section, but he was a bit late, but goes for the next one anyways.
Let's talk a bit about, you touched a little bit on backside riding, and these guys are on tour so far this year, have been killing it on the backside, and it's definitely, for you, maybe you could tell me the differences. Like, I know a lot of guys who spend a predominant amount of their time riding backside and actually get to a spot where they can ride forehanded, and it's less comfortable for them to do so. Do you find that's the case for you as well, being a goofy footer and spending predominantly your time here kiting in Maui, where everything's basically right and the wind is from the right? Do you find yourself, when you actually get onto your forehand, maybe not quite as comfortable as your backhand?
Not really. I've been surfing for 40-something years now, and my goofy foot stance is just ingrained in my my physical memory. So it's like anytime I can ride goofy foot, it's better for me. Anytime I can ride frontside left is obviously easier. But that being said, you sort of make do with what you got, and living here in Maui, we have nothing but rights, and so I surf a lot of rights, and I'm sorting it out.
So do you find it a pretty good cross training? I'm guessing you probably ride a very similar, if not the same, board when you're kiting as when you're surfing. Do you find that kite surfing helps your surfing and vice versa?
Yeah, definitely. I would say first and foremost, my surfing helps my kite surfing. But again, that being said, the fact that you can go out with a kite and in a single day probably ride 50 waves, whereas on a normal surf day you're lucky if you get 10 really good ones. And so you're, by sheer wave count in kite surfing, you're able to figure things out, figure out your turns, figure out your airs, and the thing that's going down right now, and this is what I love about our sport, is that the equipment's gotten so good, especially in the kites, where you can tow yourself into the wave and then shut the power down on the kite, and you can really use your surfboard just to generate power, and the experience becomes a lot closer to surfing.
Yeah, something we used to not be able to do back in the early days. But
current situation on the water, men's quarterfinal number 1, Mitu Monteiro putting out a combined wave score of a 15.0. Sebastian Ribeiro right behind him, 13.5. Mitu trying to put an end to Sebastian Ribeiro's World Tour aspirations, World Tour Championship aspirations. Again, Sebastian Ribeiro, world number 3 currently. And again, I believe if he wins this event at Ho'okipa, will be the champion overall for the KSP Tour 2012. But currently finds himself behind in this heat, and we are in the final minute. Looks as if Sebastian might not get another chance to increase that 14.0 he has up on the board, trailing Mitu Monteiro, currently holding 15.2, again waiting for that to be official. But currently with just a couple of seconds left in the heat, looks like perhaps Sebastian Ribeiro's quest for that World Championship may be coming to an end here at the hands of Mitu Monteiro, the Cape Verdean.
And possibly one last scoring ride there for Mitu, just a quick hit off the top there, airdropping back in, maybe a bit of a victory lap. Again, we are still waiting for confirmation of those scores, but at the moment it looks like Mitu Monteiro probably advancing on to the semifinals, so he's going to be very stoked with that result. And we do have results from that last women's quarterfinal between Yalu Langare and Inez Correa. Yalu taking that heat win, a narrow win, 9.67 over Inez's two-way combined total of 9. So Yalu Langare straight into the semifinals. She will face Kari Shibavag in that semifinal number 2.
So as we are in sequence for that men's second quarterfinal, we will step away for a moment for a word from our sponsors and be back with more action from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro.
Alright, hanging out with Mr. Pete Carina here in the booth. Next heat on the water, Keely Brandao from Brazil, current world number 5, coming up against Ayrton Cozzolino, reigning world champion from Italy, ranked number 2, coming into this final event in Ho'okipa. Again, huge matchup out here. These guys have both been on fire throughout this whole event, and this is going to be a crazy heat.
Yeah, door is open for Ayrton Cozzolino to take home that overall tour victory. Overall tour victory to become a repeat champion from last year. Getting a little bit of help this morning with Patry McLaughlin going down to the young South African Luke McGilloway.
Gili Brandau here, first wave ridden of the heat, just getting a little bit late to that section. Ayrton Cozzolino here, dropping in out the back in the green jersey. Let's see what he can do with this wave.
Ayrton known for his strong, smooth style, very fast transfer from that top to bottom turn. And I know, Pete, that's something that a lot of these guys have been really working on, emulating that surf style of back in the day when guys first started riding waves. It was a lot of sort of straight down the line speed riding, but it's a little bit quicker now, and as you said and mentioned with the gear, being able to depower that kite a little bit, you're able to really stay in that more critical section of the wave and utilize it more as a surfer would.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, I think one of the things that's probably the most impressive about what we're all seeing out here right now is the fact that even a year ago, when somebody would be ripping, it would always be followed up like, wow, that was a pretty good turn for a guy without straps. Now it's just that's just a pretty good turn in general. I mean, strapped or unstrapped. These guys are hitting super critical sections and, blowing the tail out and doing airdrops back in. And then the other thing that's really blowing my mind is that a lot of these guys, you can't really tell what's their dominant stance, whether it's regular foot or goofy foot. And guys like Ayrton, on a given wave are doing both. They'll hit it once on their forehand, get to the bottom, switch stance, and then hit it on their backhand. And that's got to be pretty high scoring in my mind.
Yeah, again, a couple of riders pretty spectacular at that. As we are into the second heat of this men's quarterfinal, we have Ayrton Cozzolino on the screen in front of you. We will keep you with action on the screen and go down also to an interview with Christine Boza on the beach with Yalu Langare, current world #1 and points leader.
Yalu, congratulations on winning the heat. It was a close one, but nevertheless you moved into the next round and your world title dreams are still wide open.
Yeah, it's amazing. I really didn't expect it. And the conditions are pretty tough out there. I'm happy the wind picked up, but still the waves, they're kind of small, and you think you're going into this wave and then it kind of disappears, so it's really hard picking the right waves.
Well, you did a good job with doing that in your last heat. Hopefully in your next heat you will have good waves again. You're going to come up against Kari, and Kari is quite a bit further back in the world ranking right now, so I think your chances on getting the title are pretty good right now. Do you feel the pressure?
No, not really. I'm actually super stoked that I made it through this round. This was one of my toughest heats, and I always, riding against Ines also in Mauritius, it was super, super close, and now again it's close. And yeah, beating her here in Maui is just, amazing.
Yeah, and it's true, you and Ines, you've been battling it out all season. It was really close also in the world title race between the two of you. But, well, congratulations to you. You've definitely taken over for Ines, and let's see how the rest of the contest goes. Good luck, and maybe we'll see you back here later. Back to Ben, Sky, and Pete for now.
All right, thanks a lot, Christine, down there with that heat winner. Yalu Langare making a charge for the tour victory, and Ayrton Cozzolino, a huge turn there, layback snap, that signature, just powerful top turn there from Ayrton. Some scores dropping here on the board. Ayrton Cozzolino currently sitting in the lead over the Brazilian Gili Brandau. Two-wave combined score for Ayrton of 9.9 over Gili's 1.5 at the moment.
Clearly a lot riding on the line this event, and it's been a pretty tense week of just waiting for conditions, huh?
Yeah, that's the tough part. We were actually talking about it earlier today. Of the 4 events, there's 40 total days of waiting period, and we don't really need to utilize all of those days if we were able to run the contest off the first 3 days. But from our calculations, and Sky, I know you're the math wizard here in the booth.
Got my spreadsheets out here, Ben, and doing the math.
I believe we are in day 39 today of 40 of the contests that we've been to. So definitely milking every possible day that we can off of all of these events. And
who would have thought that here in Maui we'd be here on the final day, still finishing up. This place just typically a wind machine, and just sort of hit it in that timing. It can happen anywhere in the world. Just goes to show. And that is the reason that we do have a longer waiting period of 10 days. And looking like we will be able to wrap this event up today, crown our event champions as well as our world champions here for the KSP World Tour.
It's always a bit of a gamble this time of year as we get closer to the Christmas season. That notoriously is when the trade winds drop off. But the upside is that's when we have the chance to get good surf here in Maui. So, yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off. If everything comes together and you get the swell and the trade winds, then Ho'okipa's as good as it gets.
Yeah, for sure. And for kite surfing, that's exactly the mix that we're looking for events like this. Is to have that pumping swell as well as the wind. So we're always kind of trying to put it on a little bit on the edge of the windy season as well as the edge of the wave season to get those two elements combining. And fortunately out here today, those trade winds kicking back in, and that northwest swell pulsing back in. What do you think of the swell today, Pete? And I mean, it is a bit too west for Maui, but do you think we'll get some wraparound in the afternoon?
We're already seeing signs of the swell. We were online just a few minutes ago looking at the pipe contest over on Oahu at a pipeline, and there's already surf. So it's on its way. It's usually, Maui's generally about, when it's a very west swell, it's about 12 hours away. And so the fact that we're seeing what we're seeing is really promising. It's, in my mind, it's already a lot better than it was early this morning. So it's on the way, and as we progress towards the final heats, we're going to see better and better conditions.
Yeah, when I showed up this morning, I kind of came around the bend there on the Hana Highway in front of Mama's Fish House, and, well, let's get back to that. Gili Brendel here, working this one through to the inside, looking for some scores on the board, currently only sitting with a 1.5, and Gili Brendel, a seasoned competitor, going to try to stay busy there.
Yeah, though that one not having the biggest of size, working that all the way in to the inside, that one should probably be an upper 4 or 5 pointer. As we switch back to Ayrton going at his natural stance here.
Just having a bit of fun out there, as you were mentioning before, Pete. Switching stance mid-ride there. We saw him ride some waves on his forehand at the beginning of the heat, riding there on his backhand. You see him surf, he's a goofy footer, but I mean, looking at him on a kite, you couldn't tell the difference.
You'd have no idea. And I'm surprised. I mean, on a wave like here at Ho'okipa, where it's usually a pretty committed wave, where you plant the bottom turn and you try to just tear apart your top turn, you generally don't see a lot of that style of riding. But I think in the future we'll see more and more of that as combined into their routines.
And Ayrton, I've heard several times from many people who were talking about Sky the other day. It's kind of like watching a video game. You never really know. Nothing's really out of bounds for a guy like Ayrton, and I want to put Kiahi in that realm as well. Both those guys seem like they do almost the impossible at a moment that is for certain impossible in your mind, and throw just little inside moves that you don't even know how they're creating the speed or getting the board around to that position and making it not only making it, but making it look easy and simple, like they didn't even try.
Yeah, just so spontaneous, and that's the great thing about watching those guys ride. You never know what they're going to do at any given moment, and that's what's getting them those big scores as well with the judges, just laying it on the line and going for those big maneuvers and mixing it up, as you see Ayrton there, on a really small inside wave, not much scoring potential, but just keeping busy, trying to throw some little airs, and he's going to go search out the back for another bigger one. And Gili Brendel, we haven't seen a lot of in this heat so far. What we've come to know from Gili from past events is he has nerves of steel. Like, he just plays the patience game. Last year in Peru, where he made the final, he went on to win that event. He only rode 2 waves in the entire 20-minute final, and they were both in the excellent range. They were both like 8.5s. So nerves of steel there from the Brazilian. He's definitely not finished in this heat. He's going to wait for a good set to roll through that's going to offer him that scoring potential to hopefully take the lead back from Ayrton Cozzolino.
Only needing a 5.57 to take over the lead, which isn't a huge scoring wave. And a little bit of a one with some size on it here. This one at least has the potential to be something for him. Let's see if this walls up for him a bit on the inside. First opening turn. Struggling a bit with speed to be able to stay in that wave, and I'm not sure this is going to be enough to get him to overtake Ayrton's lead at that 9.9 two-wave score. And looks like that may be an abandonment flag going up behind us here, and that is true. Looks like that is going to be an abandoned heat based on some faltering conditions there on the inside, so that means we will be on hold for another couple minutes. You can see that maybe a few clouds came over. Usually the sunnier it is right in front, the more the wind fills straight into the beach, so perhaps that cloud sort of making the wind swing a little bit offshore a little bit here. Again, in the booth sitting with me and Sky is Pete Cabrina. Thanks for being here, Pete. Always great to get your perspective on current state of affairs here with kiteboarding and this event in particular. And hopefully you'll stick with us a little bit longer, but we'll step away for a moment and be back with you with an update from the head judge and contest director on a next possible start for the restart of that men's quarterfinal heat. That was Gili Brandao versus Ayrton Cozzolino. So stick with us. We will stay live with you and be back with more action from the 2012 Po'ukipa Kite Surf Pro. All right, so currently on hold, awaiting update. We will throw it down to the beach, standing by Christine Buza with Mitu Monteiro, last heat winner, standing by for an interview. So we're going to throw it down to Christine on the beach.
And welcome to our interview wall here, Me Too. You know, when you are standing here, that obviously means you won that heat, and you did just win your heat against Sebastian Ribeiro, ranking number 3 here on the KSP Tour. That means we now have Padri, who was ranked first out of the World Championship race, and Sebastian. That opens up quite a bit of chances for you. I know you don't ever feel pressure, but do you maybe feel it now?
No. I'm okay, you know, just it's the same. I just go in the water, you know, do my best, and just like I'm really happy to be here now. Keep to ride this wave. Now for sure in the ranking it changed a lot, but I get to do my best, try to win this competition.
And we heard it a few times from you this year also. You say everything can happen in a competition. But we've seen you score incredibly high heat scores here, all contest. You say you like Hookkeeper. Are you feeling it a little bit maybe?
Yeah, normally in Cape Verde I have one spot that's quite the same, you know. So before I came here, I just spent a lot of time there to learn a little bit. Yeah, then I just feel a little bit like home, you know. So we're gonna see, yeah.
I think that's a good thing to feel at home, and I know you're always having fun. Your family at home watching, your fans at home in Cabo Verde watching. Ayrton is still in the game here as well, and now with Padri and Sebastian out of the race, he could very well take the title again. We could even see a ranking like we did last year with him in the first place, you in a second. Everything is open at this point. What would you wish for Ayrton?
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens, because Ayrton as well, it's a good rider, you know, and in Cape Verde we learn a lot together. So he know my style, you know what I'm gonna do in the wave, but I know as well what he's gonna do. So I think if he's won this heat, it's gonna be a really nice heat, you know. But it's like I say, every time the competition, you never know. So everything you can check, you know. We're gonna see.
That sounds great. Well, let's watch what Ayrton is gonna do now, and I guess we will know a little bit more after the following heat. So.
I just want to say hello to all my family and all the guys there in Cabo Verde. Watch me. A lot of people that I know it's there to, you know, to give me like good energy. I'm gonna do my best. That's it.
Okay, and green flag is up again. We were on hold, but we are now back on with the heat. And so let's switch back to Ben Sky in the commentary booth and live action.
All right, we are into the this men's heat once again, quarterfinal between Gili Brandao, Ayrton Cozzolino here on your screen, just blowing the back out of that wave. Great scoring ride there from Ayrton. We also saw Gili ride a wave there during Mitu's interview. Mitu had a great heat, that last heat, scoring in the 15-point range. And we are in men's quarterfinals here. It is do or die here on the final day of action, day 10 of our holding period here at the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. Just heard from Mr. Pete Cabrina, nice enough to swing by the booth here. Always great to hear what Pete has to say, and just talking a little bit about the history of the sport, how they used to launch up at pavilions and do downwind runs down the coast here, and just talking a little bit about how far the sport has come in the last 10 years or so with the advancement of gear and depower, and just talking a bit about the surf aspect of the sport. And guys like Ayrton Cozzolino here on your screen, both an incredible surfer and incredible kite surfer, and showing why he is reigning world champion. Waiting for scores to drop from Ayrton, but first score on the board. Gili Brandao with a 6.57, score just dropping for Ayrton Cosolino, a 7.33 for that last ride. Puts him back into the lead, 8.5 heat score total here on yet another wave. Bit of a smaller one, just one quick turn there. So Gili currently just needing a small backup score for his 6.57 to put him back in the lead over Ayrton Cosolino. Gili's known for his patience. He's going to be out the back there waiting for sets. It is a bit of a wave-catching game today. Not very consistent sets rolling through, so patience definitely paying off out here at Ho'okipa this morning. So definitely some more upsets to come here in the quarterfinals. That last heat between Mitu Montero, current world number 5, taking out Felipe Ferreira, world number 3. Gili Brandao here, nice first hit on that wave. Little foam climb there over the section, chasing another little bump, hitting that closeout. Nice completed ride there from Gili Brandao. Ayrton Cosolino out the back. Looks like he was going to try to go for a little sliding 3 there. So we did see a restart of this quarterfinal heat. A little bit shifty conditions out here at Ho'okipa once again today, with some squalls rolling over the hills here behind us, pushing that wind a little bit offshore. In that last heat came down right to the final minutes, and we saw that abandonment flag go up. So this is the rerun of that quarterfinal heat. Heat number 18 of our short single ladder here between Gili Brandao and Ayrton Cosolino. So a lot of different scenarios able to play out here today in the World Championship title race. Mitu Montero, winner of that last heat. Depending on how things go here in this heat with Ayrton Cosolino, Mitu will be able to make a charge for the title, I believe, if Ayrton indeed does go down in this heat. But at the moment, Ayrton sitting in the lead with a 10.16. Gili Brandao also in contention to win the world title here today, ranked number 5 in the world. Of course, depending on how Luke McGillivray, coming up in quarterfinal number 4, fares against Felipe Ferreira. But Ayrton Cosolino here taking a look at a smaller inside wave. First opening maneuver there. Still waiting for this northwest swell to pulse in this afternoon. We should see increasing wave heights through the afternoon.
Again, big ramifications for Ayrton Cosolino passing through this heat. Already, Patry McLaughlin and Sebastian Ribeiro, the world number 1 and number 3, going down early in this event, opening the door for Ayrton Cosolino, and perhaps an outside chance for some of those guys that needed some of the big names, points leaders, to go down. They have, opening the door for guys like Kiahi de Boides to come through with that victory and perhaps put themselves in contention for that World Championship.
And here, current world number 5, Gili Brandao dropping in. Good set wave. Big first turn there, floating up over that section. Another big foam climb, keeps it together. And a cutback maneuver. See if this thing will give him a little bit more to work with on the inside. Another nice snap there. A great ride from Gili. Ayrton Cosolino right out the back, right behind him. Big first turn, getting a little bit hung up, coming around this section, blasts
Oh.
that one off the top, lay back.
Again, riding switch. 2 strong, solid turns for Ayrton, currently sitting in that first place position, 12.33, really close as we see it on the screen coming down. Under 4 minutes to go in the heat. Gili Brandao not far behind, 11.572 wave total. We are in day number 10 of our holding period here for the Ho'okipa 2012 Kite Surf Pro. Utilizing every last day in order to get this thing completed. Looks like we are on track for that to happen. Skylar, and again, working our way slowly towards that crowning that champion for both the men and women for not only this event but for that world title.
Gili Brandao hooking that one under the lip, knowing that he's got some good scores on the board. He's going to go for broke on this smaller inside wave, cut back, throwing the tail out there.
And we do see updated scores for Gili Brandao, overtaking the lead from Ayrton Cozzolino. Again, this could, if Gili able to hold on for this victory, really opens the door wide for that tour championship at the end of this event, Sky. And Gili Brandao currently sitting now, updated scores. Ayrton Cozzolino back in front, 13.93 two-wave score, 13.74 two-wave score.
Super tight heat at the moment. This thing is going to come down right to the wire.
Just about 2 minutes left in this heat. Again, pressure's on. Both these guys sitting with 7s and low 7-pointers and mid-range 6-pointers as backup scores. They are within 0.19 points of each other overall. But Gili Brandao needing to post a pretty significant score.
6.77 needed by Gili Brandao to take the win in this quarterfinal heat against reigning world champion Ayrton Cozzolino. With time ticking down, Ayrton looks like he's found another set. Gili is going to have to find a wave very quickly here.
Ayrton lightning speed getting to that critical section.
Big hit there from Ayrton. Racing around this white water. That's probably not going to factor into his two-wave total. Gili Brandao needing to find a set here relatively soon.
It's maybe last opportunity. Not sure this is going to provide the kind of wave quality he needs to score that 6.77. Sky is going to actually kick out of that one and see if he can use the last 40 seconds or so to find that wave. Not sure it's going to go his way.
So world titles here on the line today at Ho'okipa. Ayrton currently ranked world number 2. Gili Brandao ranked number 5 coming into this event. Ayrton dropping in here on his backhand, his natural stance. Catching a bit of edge there, showing that frustration. But he is currently sitting in a narrow lead over Gili Brandao. Gili dropping in on perhaps one final scoring wave. Not sure if he was able to lay into his bottom turn before that red flag. We will wait for confirmation on that. Not sure if that's quite going to do it for Gili, chasing that 6.77. Again, we will wait for official scores to drop. Man, what a crazy heat.
Yeah, again, as we said before, the quarterfinals, pretty serious heats coming your way live at home and live for everyone here joining us at Ho'okipa Beach Park on the island of Maui, the state of Hawaii. This, the last day of the holding period, a Saturday here on the island. Lots of people down on the beach checking out the event, catching some rays.
And I'm guessing these guys out on the water probably do not know yet who has taken that heat. Tentatively, it's looking like Ayrton Cotolino with the heat win, but again, we will wait for official confirmation on that.
Next heat on the water, another great matchup between Keahi de Aboides, the Australian, versus Stefan de Figueiredo from Brazil. Both of these guys going to be ripping out there. Stefan, pretty ridiculous backside riding, giving clinic out there the other day on backside riding, showcasing that surfing background that he brings to the sport. Keahi de Aboides as well has a pretty mean arsenal that he will be looking to bust out here in kind of medium to small surf here at Ho'okipa. Perhaps being able to utilize those inside reform sections to bust a few errors. We've seen him do a few sliding 360s on the water. Perhaps the conditions in front of us able to offer up for Keahi an opportunity to go for a couple strong opening turns and perhaps end it off with a little air at the end.
Yeah, and Keahi's such a strong rider. I mean, obviously, I want to say these conditions really suit his style of riding because he's so great, with that sort of progressive, doing 360s and airs. But then again, in Mauritius this year, he got some of the deepest barrels that we saw of any competitors there. So, I mean, I want to say he's really good in small surf, but he is just as good when the surf starts picking up, and he pretty much can just do it all. So this is going to be a really crazy heat. The backside goofy footer Stefan Figueiredo up against rider on his forehand Keahi de Aboides from Australia.
And looks like up on a wave first, Stefan de Figueiredo switching to that backside.
Nice first turn, gets a little hung up there, dropping back in. Board looks really fast that he's riding, able to get around those sections. Keahi lacing into that first turn, blowing the fins out the back. Big gust there, holding it together. And that's just going to be a one maneuver wave for Keahi. Probably getting the better of that first opening exchange there.
Keahi right back into it.
He is on fire out there, hooking right back into that next set wave. And just getting to the lip a little bit late there.
Just in the opening seconds of the heat, going for that first little head dip into the water. Getting the feet wet out there. Feet stuck to the wax.
Shaking out the morning cobwebs there. And it looks like Keahi's going to hook around. It sees a little something here. He is staying very busy in this heat. Let's see what this wave can offer. Blowing the fins out once again, kind of coming unglued from his board there. So again, it's all about wave selection out here today. And the rider who is able to play the patience game and really get on those set waves that are offering that scoring potential.
Looks like Stefan into one of the bigger set waves we've seen in the heat so far in this early going.
Nice looking wave here. Nice first foam climb on his backhand, coming around this section. Another nice turn. Speeding around back towards the inside here. And Keahi de Aboides, big hack there out the back, coming around the corner. Throwing it up into the lip, throwing caution to the wind, tail waft out the back.
This is going to be a high-scoring wave for Keahi in the early going. Again, that volume of wave selection paying off as he hooks into a great one there. That should be the highest-scoring wave of the heat so far. But not too far behind. I would guess that that last wave by Stefan de Figueiredo also a fairly strong couple of turns on a good-sized set wave there. Both those guys counter-punching each other. Again, we'll wait to see who got the better of those scores, but by the looks of it, looks like perhaps Kiahi is going to be our early leader as soon as we see updated scores.
Yeah, a very action-packed heat so far here in men's quarterfinal number 3. Waiting for official scores to drop from that last quarterfinal heat between Gili Brandao and reigning world champion Ayrton Cotalino. We will bring you those confirmed scores as soon as we have them here on our screen in front of us. Stefan de Figueiredo from Brazil, living on the north shore of Oahu. Looking really strong here in his first ever KSP World Tour event. I talked to Stefan just yesterday. He's a traveling pro surfer, pretty much paid to be in the water every day surfing. Doesn't typically compete that much, and this is the first time. Kiahi de Aboides there, great looking wave, 2 great turns. See if you get a little something more on the inside. Trying to throw a little reverse there, and just milking that score. So yeah, Stefan, not typically much of a competitor, but really strong opening event here in Maui for him.
Stefan here going switch. Looks like taking some pages out of the books of both Ayrton Cotalino and Mitu Monteiro in trying to showcase the ability to ride switch in these conditions. Again, judges like that variety. They like showing that skill.
Yeah, it always blows my mind seeing riders like Ayrton Cotalino and Mitu Monteiro, as well as what we just saw there from Stefan de Figueiredo, able to switch stance and ride just as strong on their unnatural stance. I've been trying to do that over the years, and it doesn't work for me. Oh, big turn there from Kiahi de Aboides, the young Australian ripper. Throwing a reverse there, passing the handle behind his back. I think he did kind of an ole, but out the back, big foam climb, floating up over that section. Stefan de Figueiredo, late hit, going over the handlebars there. Fully committed surfing there from the Brazilian.
Stefan de Figueiredo, knowing he has to go full bore in this heat, coming up against a powerhouse in Kiahi de Aboides, not holding anything back. Fantastic heat so far. We are probably about halfway through this heat, waiting for scores to be official, scores to drop. The scores you see on your screen in front of you, not current enough to say who is exactly the leader. Still waiting for some waves to be verified.
And our judges are definitely going to have their work cut out for them on this one, Ben. Action-packed heat so far. Well, Ben, big news here coming up on our screen. We'll get back to that in a minute. Stefan de Figueiredo just going down, catching a little bit of rail there on some chop. Kiahi de Aboides taking a look at this set wave.
Swell picking up, it looks like, Sky.
Yeah, some of this northwest energy starting to pulse in here to Hokipa. Nice snap under the lip there from Kiahi. Drops in, good speed, projection off the bottom. Floats it up over that section. Just getting a little bit of air under his tail there. Just perfect execution and timing there from the young Australian.
Yeah, looks like conditions improving pretty rapidly and dramatically, Sky. We didn't see that wave size or walls quite holding up like that earlier this morning. Looks like this is going to set up for a pretty spectacular final, and as you said, pretty dramatic news unfolding from the previous heat featuring Gili Brandao and Ayrton Cotalino. Official results: Gili Brandao taking down defending world champion Ayrton Cotalino. Gili Brandao First place in that heat, 15.1 two-wave score. Ayrton Cozzolino, 13.93. Guilherme Brandão, the Brazilian, ends the event for Ayrton Cozzolino.
Yeah, and we are going to have to consult our number crunchers up here, but that pretty much opens the title race for these fifth place men. So Sebastian Ribeiro, world number 3. Ayrton Cozzolino, world number 2, and Patry McLaughlin, world number 1, all going down this morning. So that is definitely going to shake up the world title race here on the final day.
All going down before we reached even the semifinals. So all these guys will be finishing outside of the top 4. And again, it's going to take a little bit of assessment to see now who is in the running for that overall world championship. These guys not necessarily eliminated, but we'll have to wait and see after looking at where the points will fall based on projected finishes for these guys as to their chances at taking home that 2012 World Tour title. Again, scores updating for the heat you are currently watching in front of you on the water, pitting Chiahi de Aboides versus Stefan de Figueiredo. We are pretty deep into this heat so far. Currently, Chiahi de Aboides holding an edge over Stefan de Figueiredo. A two-wave score for Chiahi, 14.34. 2 low-range 7-pointers under Chiahi's belt versus Stefan de Figueiredo's 7 and a 7.67, giving him an 11.67 overall. However, holding that 7-point score really only needs another 7-pointer to get himself back into contention. That sort of low to mid-range 7-point score will help overtake Chiahi de Aboides, but running out of time, and we saw that flurry of waves in the beginning and middle of this heat, and who knows if we'll get another set like we saw earlier in the heat for Stefan to be able to throw out another 7-point range score.
Yeah, time winding down in this heat. Stefan needing that 7.34 to overtake the lead back from Chiahi de Aboides. Super action-packed heat so far, Ben. I think things are just going to continue to heat up into the afternoon as the swell hopefully continues to build.
Stefan into one on the inside, into the critical section, pulling it down and through, but looks like that's going to be a one-hit wonder. Probably won't be a high enough score for him to overtake the lead. As we see the green flag coming down, 1 minute left in this heat. Looks like there's a few lines on the water. Stefan needing that mid-range 7-pointer. As Chiahi de Aboides takes a look at this one, trying to close the door on this heat, able to pull that back inside.
Staying square over the top of his board on that first turn and following it up with 2 more critical hacks there.
Looked like he wanted to go for a little sliding pass there at the end. He was unhooked. Kite got away from him a little bit there, hit the water, unable for him to let him pull that off at the end, but it would have been hard-pressed to be able to increase his score over that that one upper 7-pointer and a lower 7-pointer he currently has to hold a 15.14 edge over Stefan de Figueiredo's 12.0 score, 2-wave score.
So red flag is up, signifying the end of this heat. Quarterfinal number 3 of the men's elimination ladder. Pretty interesting to see the different approaches there from Chiahi and Stefan. Chiahi sort of, mixing it up on those small waves, going for some passes, going for some sliding threes. Stefan kind of more power surfing, very impressive on his backhand. It's not an easy thing to do out here on Kite with that side offshore wind, and really impressive backhand riding there from the Brazilian Stefan de Figueiredo.
We are going to step away for a moment for a word from our sponsors. You see that red flag in front of you. We are in sequence for the final heat of the men's quarter final. Felipe Ferreira versus Luke McGilloway. You see those guys on the screen in front of you right now.
Another super crucial heat here, Ben. Luke ranked number 4, and especially with those top 3 men, which we never would have expected being knocked out here this morning. Luke is next in line to possibly take home that world title. Again, we will have to consult our point sheets here, but another do-or-die heat between Felipe Ferreira and Luke McGilloway.
Yeah, we will have to confirm, but potentially Luke with a victory here at the Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro may be scoring enough points to win that overall tour championship. Again, waiting for that. Waiting for the equations to be written out. Waiting for my buddy Sky here to pull out his graphing calculator and punch in a few numbers and count some beans and figure out exactly what is needed for that tour victory. But up next, the fourth heat of the men's quarterfinals. And we will step away. Again, you see 1 minute till the beginning of this heat. Step away for a quick word from our sponsors and be back with you with that heat from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro.
Live action, Luke McGilloway here on his backhand opening ride here in the last heat of men's quarterfinals. Felipe Ferreira from Brazil and Luke McGilloway from South Africa. We're going to throw it down to Christine Beuza standing by with what looks like a very happy Brazilian down there. Gilly Brandao, down to you, Christine.
Yeah, thank you, Sky, and I think you're totally right. I think Gilly's pretty damn stoked. How stoked really are you?
I'm really stoked, of course. Still won it, semifinals, and it was a really tough battle. I mean, Ayrton's riding so good, so powerful. I knew I really had to put on a really good heat to make a run on him. So I'm really stoked I'm still in.
We talked about this in your last interview here, when you won the previous heat. Ayrton being a goofy footer, you being a regular footer, I was wondering how much that could really benefit you, but yet it just has seemed to help you a little bit there, knowing though that you are a regular footer and having ridden in the backside events previously and still being all the way up top now, you actually just opened a world title race for everyone here completely. Now that you've achieved that, you probably really want to end up being on top, don't you?
Yeah, of course. I will try my best to really keep on going and hopefully take the title home. But I don't know. It's still, we have to do some maths there. I don't want to even think about it right now. Just keep on focusing on the heats, on the waves that are starting to pump. So I'm really excited to go back on the water and have another good heat.
Okay, well, I don't want you to have to think about too much, but you just won against Ayrton there from Cabo Verde, well, Italy, but born on Cabo Verde. Now you're coming up against another Cape Verdean rider, me too. I think you're going to make the home crowd there pretty mad if you kick him out too. Do you want to say something to them?
Yeah, don't be mad at me. It's just my job.
Well, congratulations, Gilly. That was a good job, by the way, and good luck for the remainder of the event. Giving it back to Ben and Sky for now.
All right. Gili Brandao there taking the win over reigning world champion Ayrton Cozzolino, really shaking up the world title race. And speaking of which, heat out on the water at the moment. Current world number 4, Luke McGillivray, up against Felipe Ferreira.
And you saw a few waves that we were streaming live to you out there while that interview was going on with Gili Brandao, taking down current defending world champion Ayrton Cozzolino. And Felipe Ferreira tearing the lids off of some of these waves out there as that interview was happening. On the board early with some big scores. Currently on the water in front of you, Luke McGillivray, world number 4, trying to keep his hopes alive for that individual event and overall world championship.
And we do have official confirmed scores here from that last heat. Quarterfinal number 3 between Stefan de Figueiredo and Kiahi de Aboides. And, well, Kiahi de Aboides taking that heat win with a 15.14 two-wave total over Stefan's 12-point total. So,
Kiahi de Aboides in the running for that overall world championship. Needed some things to go his way. They've gone his way so far. Again, opening the doors. We just heard from Gili Brandao. Him taking down Ayrton Cozzolino, a favorite here at this event. Opening the door for guys like Luke McGillivray on the water right now. Looks like he's into tracking one of the set waves on the inside here. Looking to better his scores. Felipe Ferreira in front right now with a 10.06 two-wave score. Luke needing to get busy in the remainder of this heat.
Great first turn there from Luke, throwing buckets out the back there, getting a little hung up on the second turn, not quite able to hold it together.
Luke sitting at that 8.67 two-wave score. Felipe looks like he's into a good one there, right in the back as Luke works his way behind him upwind. Felipe setting himself up.
Nice opening first turn there, getting those fins out the back. Nice extension on that first turn. A little bit of a foam climb there, hooking into a third turn and catching a bit of rail there, but probably going to be another mid-range sort of score there for the Brazilian. Currently sitting in the lead with a 10.06 over Luke McGillivray's 8.67.
Yeah, my guess is that last wave may increase his backup wave score there from a 3.83. Again, giving scores as we see them as soon as possible. Pretty much we get the results as soon as they're verified by all of the judges and tabulator. Again, big thanks, big shout out to all of the crew doing such a fabulous job bringing you this live stream to your computers at home. And for everyone here on the beach, glad that you're joining us. Looks to be a pretty great finish to not only the season for the KSP, but for this Hokipa tour stop as we go to Luke McGillivray on the water, opening turn, pumping his way back into the critical section.
Nice cutback maneuver there from the young South African. Vertical snap there under the lip. Just kind of chasing this one through the inside. Not much left. He's going to kick out.
And as we figured that last wave from Felipe Ferreira, increasing that situation for him, now putting him into the lead with a 13.02 wave score. Luke McGillivray also increasing his situation, 9.42 wave score. Looks like, again, swell starting to pick up as we're working our way into the afternoon. This is Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, on the water. Opening turn on this wave looks to be a good wave opening up in front of him here. Great top turn, bring it back down. Looks like he probably won't have any more open face to work with. But great opening turn there, again, showcasing that powerful surfing style. Felipe just killing it in the waves yesterday, surfing.
Yep, hooking around onto this next wave behind just shows you how many waves, just blasting that turn, throwing a huge fan out the back. Yeah, just showing, he rode 2 waves in that one set, showing how many waves you can actually catch when you're kiting. And just going back to that last heat, Kiahi de Aboides taking that heat win in the quarterfinals. And he's got a lot of support here, kind of a little bit of a second home here for Kiahi. He spends winters out here in Hawaii, over on Oahu, and here on Maui. And his sponsor, Cabrina, of course, based here in Maui. A lot of support from all the Cabrina crew down on the beach.
Has a Hawaiian name in Kiahi. Mom, I think, lived here for quite a bit of time. So we go back to the water here. This is Felipe Ferreira.
Big, powerful hit there.
Felipe, of course, the brother of Mila Ferreira. Also done well in the competition so far. Also, their father travels with them quite frequently to tour events. Great guy. Also spent some time here in Hawaii in his youth. And now both kids here tearing up the break here at Ho'okipa.
Yeah, so it looks like, depending on the outcome of this heat, we could have Mila Ferreira is already into the semifinals of the women. Her brother Felipe here also chasing his spot in the men's semifinal.
Currently sitting in first place with a 13.02 wave score. Luke McGilloway, again, not far behind, 10.33. You see him in front of you here.
Good looking wave here for Luke. Oh, just catching a bit of rail there.
It's like a good sized one coming in here for Felipe. Not sure he's in exactly the right spot for it.
Slowing down, waiting for this thing to wall up behind him, hooking onto the face here, generating that power and speed in his kite, chasing this section, and just going for the foam climb there. His kite a little bit out of position.
Luke hooking around on a little insider here. Again, taking more of a volume approach of waves here. He's got two low 5-point wave scores on the board currently.
Needing a pretty big score here, a 7.67 to take the win in this heat with time ticking down.
And I'm sure his that last flurry of action from Luke going to help him out at all. Needs a big score. Maybe looked out on the horizon, realizing time winding down, needed to try to hook into a few waves to try to increase that score, but he's going to need to turn on one of the bigger set waves, and not sure if he'll get a chance to find that in the remainder of this heat, as we are just over a minute left in the heat.
Yeah, and as time winds down here in the final moments, Luke, getting a little bit, feeling that sort of desperation, wanting to get that score and trying to find a way. We saw him just ride a series of smaller waves, but Luke really needing to hook into a good set wave if he's going to find that 7.67 he's chasing. Felipe Ferreira here staying busy on the inside with a smaller wave on the inside of the reef here. Luke McGilloway finding a bit of a set here out the back.
Green flag is down. This is going to be Luke's final shot. Got to race around the corner here to see if that's going to offer something up on the inside. Doesn't look like it's going to be what Luke needs to overtake the lead from Felipe Ferreira. So unless we are still waiting for any scores to be verified, ratified. It looks like one more chance.
Last-ditch effort here from Luke. Red flag up. I believe this may still be a scoring ride if he was able to lay into that bottom turn before the horn sounded. But that is probably not going to do it for Luke.
We'll await official results as we usually do. Luke needing that mid-7-point score to overtake the lead from Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian who's been on fire out there as of late. We'll await, obviously, official word to call this heat, but looks like Felipe perhaps advancing through into the men's semifinals.
So coming up next, women's semifinal, Mila Ferreira versus Muna White. This is going to be a very interesting heat, a very stacked heat. We will step away for just a moment and be back with more women's semifinal action after this.
All right, more action coming up next from day 10 here of the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro 2012. For the moment, we are going to throw this down to Christine Buza, standing by with Kiahi de Boides, a very happy winner of that quarterfinal heat into the semifinals. World Tour Championship hopes still alive. So let's throw this down to Christine with Kiahi.
And hello, Kiahi. I'm not sure how you are feeling right now. I'm pretty damn excited, I have to say. What Gilly has done there, just the heat before yours, eliminating Ayrton, has basically opened up the world title race for all of you guys that are now still in the competition. What does that mean for you, Kiahi?
Yeah, I'm really stoked to have a shot at the title now. I guess it's between us four now, so it'd be really good to see. It's anyone's game. The waves are starting to turn on. That swell's filling in. The wind's good. It's gonna be epic.
And I already have goosebumps. I can't believe that this happened. Obviously, you know, very disappointing, a little sad for Ayrton and Padri that was here in the lead as the local favorite. But so great to see all you guys that are regular riders that are actually finally getting a chance to ride on a natural stance here to now have that shot at the World Championship title. You are coming up against Felipe Ferreira from Brazil, as it looks like. We're still waiting for the scores to be confirmed. But going into that heat, what are your tactics? What are you going to try to beat Felipe with?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and look for the sets, find those good ones, those clean open waves, and just have fun.
That sounds great. Next heat will be the decision moving into the final or into the losers final. So I wish you good luck with that, and we can't wait to watch that next heat and, well, all the upcoming heats, of course. So good luck, and maybe we see you back here later. Thanks, and back to Ben and Sky for now.
Right, live action. Mila Ferreira out there against Muna White from Oahu. Both of these girls riding on their natural stance out here, facing the wave. Very familiar conditions for Muna White coming from the island of Oahu. We've seen her absolutely ripping in some of the earlier rounds, as well as Mila Ferreira.
This is women's semifinal number 1. Mila Ferreira hooking in on this inside, able to pull it through. A little hung up on the top there, but able to float that back into this little inside foamy section again, showing that surf knowledge, milking it all the way to the inside. The more turns you can put on a wave, the better, even if it turns into a crumbly, bumbling mess on the inside. utilizing everything that you possibly can all the way in is going to score you higher. This in front of us, Muna White in the green jersey.
Muna White currently sitting already in first place with a 6.17. Still waiting for that last score to drop from Mila Ferreira. But Muna hooking into a good-looking set wave. Nice opening turn there, positioning herself well. Coming around this section, see if she can find a bit of open phase to work with. Almost mistiming that, just kind of pulling it around, hitting that closeout section. A good backup score for Muna. Mila Ferreira out the back. Good first turn. Doing well to keep that under control as she finds another section and just mistimes that a little bit.
Maybe a little bit out of position with her kite on that one, trying to speed around that corner, get a little hung up in the lip there, not able to get herself back in that transition of the wave and ride out of that. But both these girls going for it right from the sound of the horn. Or as you would say, Sky, right as soon as we heard that flag go down.
I can hear that flag from a mile away, Ben, and we do have scores updating from men's quarterfinal number 4. Well, Felipe Ferreira taking the heat win over Luke McGillivray, so more upsets on the men's side. Current world number 4 coming into this event, Luke McGillivray being taken down in the quarterfinals by Felipe Ferreira.
So we are now into the men's semifinal. Men's world number 1, 2, 3, and 4 all going down so far in this event. My guess is nobody had that selected on their fantasy team.
Thanks everyone for tuning in online here on our final day of the Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro, as well as everyone down here on the beach at Ho'okipa. Beautiful Saturday here. Trade winds coming back. Muna White, nice opening turn there, getting a little bit hung up there and going over the front. Mila Ferreira out the back, lining up.
Into a good one here on the inside. Looks like it's going to open up for her, allow her to really crank into a few turns here. Chasing that mid 7-point range. She's going to wish she hung on to that one, as Sky, she may have been able to get close to that 7-point score if she would have been able to pull through that one at the end.
Scores dropping for Muna White's second highest scoring ride, a 5.83. Keeping her in the lead over Mila. Muna White with a 12.2 wave total, and Mila with an 8.2 wave total. Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you very much, Ben. So currently 1:30 p.m. local time here on the island of Maui. Thanks everyone for tuning in online over in Europe in the middle of the night.
We were corrected by some of our fans watching in Holland. It is an 11-hour change, not a 12. So now officially we can say goeiemorgen.
Goeiemorgen. It is after midnight in the Netherlands.
I know everyone tuning in Holland probably to see the state as we switch back to action here. Muna White, nice little carve off the top there. A smaller wave, but perhaps being a little bit more, walling up a little bit more nicer on the inside for a few more turns. However, kind of runs away from her at the end. This is Mila Ferreira deciding that one.
So this is women's semi-final number 1. These girls making a charge towards the final. The winner of this heat will go directly into the final. Second place in this heat will go to the women's 3rd and 4th place final to battle it out for that podium position.
Current situation just about halfway through this heat. Muna White currently sitting in first place, 2-wave total, 12.0. Mila Ferreira in second place, 8.0, 2-wave score. Again, a little bit more than halfway through this heat. Plenty of time for some big scores to be thrown up on the board. Muna currently holding a 6.17 top wave score. Mila currently a 5.67, so still anyone's game out there. Could come down to the next. Whoever has a higher scoring wave, if there is another set that comes through within the next 5 minutes of this heat. Again, I'd like to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors here making this event happen. The County of Maui, of course. Best Kiteboarding, Cabrina, Nash, and North Kiteboarding. Ion Products. The MKC, Eternal Riders, Second Wind, Neil Pride, Maui, all making this event happen. Big thank you, big shout out to all of those guys. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Also like to thank Maui Beach Hotel, Mana Foods, Whole Foods, Maui, Pacific Millworks, and Mama's Fish House.
Muna White here on a good-looking wave. Nice opening turn there. Doing well to handle that chop nicely.
And I think that's going to score well for Muna. Mila Ferreira updated scores dropping 10.5, increasing her situation a bit, but that last one by Muna perhaps taking over her backup score of a 5.83. We'll have to wait and see.
So as you mentioned, Ben, I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors. For those of you tuning in on our live webcast, please be sure to give these guys a like on Facebook here underneath the player. These guys really supporting this event here on Maui. Mila Ferreira here. Smaller inside wave. Chasing a 6.33 to improve her situation. Muna White, just a wave magnet in this heat. Nice turn off the top there. Muna White with a 12.2 wave total. Trying to back up that 6.17.
Again, Muna over from the island of Oahu. As we see Mila racing down to get a little one right in front of the judges.
Just going down on that turn. She had a really nice arcing cut back there for the opening turn of that wave and just kind of catching the nose on that second turn. Time winding down in this heat. Muna White just already sitting in front with the lead, trying to just improve her situation in the dying moments here. Great looking wave there. Connecting that one through the inside. Just
putting herself exactly in the critical section, pulling it through.
That was textbook surfing there from Muna. Just great positioning, great timing, and just great fluidity.
And as expected, scores dropping from Muna White, posting an 8.17, upping her two-wave score to a 14.77 over Mila Ferreira's 10.52 wave total, with under 1 minute left in the heat. Looks like Mila needing to uncork a serious one here. Looks like she's onto one with some pretty good size in the dying moments here.
Needing a wave in the excellent range here at 9.1. Opening turn there, going for a little layback, coming around, hitting that section. Not quite able to float the boat over that section there.
Yeah, and that actually, that's probably going to be her last true, as we hear the horn sound, that was her last true attempt at trying to catch Muna White again. Unofficially, we'll have to wait for all scores to be ratified to see Muna taking another one that's not going to count, but if it's out there, why not ride it, Sky?
Exactly. Perhaps, of course, we'll wait for scores to be ratified, but perhaps a bit of a victory lap there for Muna White. Again, winner of this heat will be directly into the women's final. So winner of this heat guaranteed podium position in a top two in this event.
Right you are, Sky. And coming up next on the water, the second of the women's semifinal. Kari Shibabag versus Yalu Langare. Should be a fantastic semifinal. Yalu Langare, of course, World Tour leader #1, on the quest for her first world title in her first season on the tour. Kari into the semifinals, wanting to take down current world #1. These ladies on the water next. We are in sequence. And next, an important one for Yalu. Winning this next heat, she will be guaranteed into the final. And again, based on what our number crunchers tell us, I would guess that if she, if not already, if she wins this heat, she may be looking at that championship already within grasp.
Yeah, absolutely. So while we're in transition, we're going to throw it down to Christine Boza standing by with the winner of that last heat. Another Brazilian here. These guys on fire today here at Hoquipa. Felipe Ferreira, down to you. Christine standing by with Felipe.
Thank you, Sky. And hello, Felipe. I'm not allowed to ask you more than 3 questions, you just told me, so I'm going to try. Okay, so you have moved into the semi-finals, and you're going to come up against Keahi. That makes you definitely one of the top 4 riders here in this event. So far, we've only seen you on the podium once, and that was last year in Peru. What's your goal for this event here?
Yeah, here in Hawaii is so good, the waves, and I hope go to the final. Just go there and have fun, it's okay.
That sounds great. So you'll have to fight that out with Keahi, not on the beach, but on the water. So your sister Mila is already in the semifinals. Well, she was already in the semifinals. We just saw her riding out there. She's going to be competing, as it looks like, in the losers finals here. Does that make it more difficult for you to have Mila here and to be nervous for yourself and for her?
It's the same for me. She lose now for Mo, I don't know her name, Moan, I think. So good. And now the 3 position for she's gonna try.
Okay, so hopefully that's not gonna put any extra stress on you. And just to make you happy, I'm gonna just ask you to tell anything you want in Portuguese to your friends and family at home behind the computers and cameras. TVs.
Queria agradecer aí todo mundo que tá torcendo. Continuar torcendo aí para eu ganhar essa semifinal e para a final, se Deus quiser. Valeu, galera. Obrigado.
Yes, thanks also from us, and congratulations, Felipe. Top 4 already. Thanks. Good luck for the rest of the comp, and back to Sky and Ben.
All right, Yalu Langare, women's semifinal #2 on her backhand opening ride here. Just going down on that last turn, out the back. Kari Shibabag there on her forehand, a little bit bigger wave than Yalu's. See if she can connect this turn. Just not quite getting the kite positioning she was looking for. And
again, we're seeing increased wind, a gradually improving swell. Sky couldn't come at a better time as we work our way towards the championship for not only this individual event here on the island of Maui at Ho'okipa Beach Park, but also for that overall tour championship. Yalu Langare on the cusp of clinching her first World Tour Championship.
So official scores from that last women's semifinal #1. Muna White taking the win with a huge heat score. Live action out the back here. Yalu Langare on her backhand, working this one through the inside. Series of turns there and kicking out into the channel. So Muna White taking that win in semifinal #1 over Mila Ferreira. A huge heat score, Ben, from Muna White. I venture to say one of the biggest of the entire competition, one of the highest of the entire competition, of 17.67.
Yeah, pretty outstanding riding. Again, I want to say that from the moment we saw Muna in the wild card play-ins earlier this week, very impressive for sure establishing herself as one of the favorites to win the event here. And her finals placement, testament to that, chasing a first World Tour victory here fairly close to her stomping grounds over in Oahu. Current situation on the water, women's semifinal number 2. We are almost there with the women's bracket. Yalu Langre on the board, 2-wave score 8.47. Kari Shibavag also on the board, waiting for that backup score, or perhaps that first score to drop on the board with a 3, but only one scored wave so far. We will give you up-to-the-minute results as soon as we have them.
And just quickly going back to that last heat between Mila and Muna, great performance from Mila Ferreira as well. She is going to be coming up in the women's third place final. So second place of this current heat on the water at the moment will join Mila Ferreira in that third place final, where they will have one last chance to make a charge for the podium position, third place here at the Hokipa Kitesurf Pro.
On the screen in front of you on that ozone kite, this is Kari Shibavag pulling into a nice one here on the inside. Not the biggest, but kind of giving her a little bit of space to work with as she comes down in front.
She actually did really well with that wave, Ben. It was definitely a smaller set wave. Didn't look like it had that much to offer, but Kari just positioning herself really well in that wave. And I think that's going to be a good backup score for Kari,
if not overtaking that 3-pointer that she has currently posted. Again, we are about 4.5 minutes into this heat as we see Yalu Langre, current points leader, on the board here with 2-wave score of 8.47. Trying to increase the situation here. That's probably not going to do it. Kind of fizzles out there on the inside. Again, super psyched that the wind has returned in full force here at Hokipa. Kari on the inside. This should wall up for her quite nicely.
One last turn there for Kari out the back. Yalu Langre on her backhand. Second nice snap there under the lip. Chasing this thing through to the end bowl. And kind of coming unglued there on that last turn. So for those of you joining us online, I'm sure a lot of fans from the Netherlands tuning in the early morning hours to cheer on Yalu Langre. Please feel free to type into our Facebook chat here, and we will do our best to answer any questions you have.
Awaiting scores to drop for Yalu's last wave, but in the meantime, scores dropping for Kari's last wave, putting her in the lead. Last wave is 6.67, putting her up there at a 9.67, but I would anticipate Yalu Langre to retake the lead as soon as that last wave score posts, as my guess is that will better her current 4.5 top wave score. Yalu on the inside on another well-formed wall on the inside, pumping it to stay with it.
Alright, so I've got some pretty exciting news here coming in from our number crunchers. We'll get to it right after this ride from Kari Shibavag, current heat leader. Well, I was just told that Yalu Langre, following that last heat with Mila Ferreira going down, has taken the 2012 world title. So for all you Dutch fans out there, Yalu Langre officially 2012 KSP World Tour champion for the women. Very exciting news for the Longeray camp. So Yalu Longeray.
Currently on the water now. She can't hear that that's the official word, but trying to take care of business on the water right now to take home. I know she would love to have a victory here at Ho'okipa. Has her hands full at the moment with Kari Shibabag, but a huge accomplishment for Yalu Longeray. Huge congratulations. She, with that victory, does clinch that world championship. And she will be the 2012 Women's World Champion.
Yeah, so Yalu came into this event leading the tour. And looking at this smaller inside wave, pumping for a bit of speed there. 2 nice little hits on her backhand. Trying to play catch up in this heat to Kari Shibabag at the moment. So she came into this competition ranked number 1. And looks like she's done really well to retain that position. And I'm going to say, regardless of the outcome of this heat, Yalu is going to be very psyched upon her return to the beach. This is women's semifinal number 2 between Kari Shibabag and Yalu Longeray. Current scores still have Kari Shibabag in the lead with an 11.82 wave total. Yalu Longeray in second with a 9.17. Yalu hooking into a nice looking wave here. 2 solid turns on her backhand. Coming over that little lump on the face, pumping, fading a bit here in the dying moments of this heat.
And it looks like we are just over 1 minute away. Kari onto a nice one on the outside. Again, swell picking up, as you could probably see. Staying with this one, racing around. You can see pretty windy out there right now. Kari trying to stay with it. Having to dodge a couple of surfers in the water on her way. In again, Yalu Longeray on another of the set waves. You can see another set wave behind Yalu. Kind of foamy there on the inside. But swell definitely picking up as the afternoon progresses. Couldn't be more perfect timing. Coming up onto the finals hour. So you see that image in front of you here. Beautiful, classic Ho'okipa weather. Strong wind, big waves. Kari into a good one here on the outside. Trying to put the screws to Yalu Longeray and take home this individual tour event at Ho'okipa State Park. Alright, we're just finishing up that last heat on the water. Kari Shibabag with Yalu Longeray. I have a feeling we need to wait for some scores to be verified before we can call that heat. Really close one on the water. we will step away for a moment as we are in sequence to go into, I believe, back to the men. And be back with you momentarily after a word from our sponsors. More action coming live to you from Ho'okipa State Park 2012. Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro.
We do have Christine Buza standing by with the winner of that last heat, Muna White, with a huge heat score, 17.67. Down to you, Christine.
Thank you, Sky, and congratulations, Muna. You are the first finalist here of the female final of the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro 2012. This is your first KSP event, and now you find yourself in the final. What do you have to say about that?
I'm pretty glad I made it this far. It's really fun out there. There's finally some sets coming in, so I'm glad I get to go out again.
And Sky was already mentioning it. This last heat score you got on the scoreboard there was actually the highest heat score of the entire event. That is men and women. That must be feeling really good. And again, being a rookie here on tour, did you expect anything like that?
Well, I guess I was hoping for it. Yeah, it was really fun.
Well, if you've hoped for it, then you've hoped right. But I can only hope that we will see you on the entire KSP tour next year, because I think a talent like you can't be missing. Are we going to see you?
Yes.
That's great to hear. So good luck for the finals. Go rip up another heat and another few waves, and let's see what the results are going to be. Back to Sky and Ben for now.
All right, that was the winner of the last heat, Muna White. Coming up next, men's semifinal number 1. Massive matchup out there on the water. Mitu Monteiro from Cabo Verde coming up against Gili Brandao. Giant killer out there, taking down reigning world champion Ayrton Coslino. Wow, this is going to be a huge heat. Both these guys coming into this event ranked number 5 now find themselves in the semifinal, making a charge for not only the event win here at Ho'okipa, but also for that World Championship Tour crown.
Yeah, both these guys, World Championship ramifications on the line. Both Mitu and Gili with outside chances coming into the event of taking home the overall victory for the year's tour. Things needed to go their way in order to make that happen. They have so far, and now they find themselves against each other. And the winner of this heat still alive and still in contention for that tour victory. Mitu Monteiro in front of us right here.
Boom, big hit there.
Slamming that lip, racing around back into critical section. Pretty small little wave here, but opening the scoring. Should be a low-scoring first wave, but he's on the board in this first men's semi-final.
Still waiting for confirmation of scores from women's semifinal number 2 between Yalu Langare and Kari Skibavag. We will wait for confirmation as we get into this men's semifinal number 1, Gili Brandao, Mitu Monteiro.
Again, 2 Brazilians still in the running for this victory at Ho'okipa, Felipe Ferreira, and on your screen here, Gili Brandao.
Gili, nice looking wave, good positioning there, kind of getting hung up on that bottom turn, not quite able to link that second turn through. He's going to stick with it through the inside, knowing that every wave is very critical at this point, and that the sets are kind of few and far between out there at the moment. This swell is starting to pulse in, but it's really a wave catching event at this point. Mitu Montero out the back, staging Gili Brandao, hooking on to this wave, taking that priority, and big first turn there, hooking up under the lip there. Nice second turn, throwing lots of spray, linking that one through to the inside.
It's going to be a good scoring wave for Gili, racing around, trying to get back into this, keep the scoring going.
Again, just maximizing that scoring potential and using every bit of what that wave's worth. It's been great to see Gili sort of, building momentum throughout this event. It seems like every heat he's riding better and better. Mitu, great turn there, bringing that thing all the way around.
Two solid turns by Mitu. I'm sure he would have rathered that walled up a little bit more from him on the inside as he began that wave really strong. Two solid turns, but it just sort of crumbled away from him there on the inside. We are early going into this first men's semifinal, but you can see the lines on the water, sets beginning to pour in from onto the North Shore here in Maui, setting up just a great finals day conditions here, Sky, as Gili laces into another.
Look at this wave. Definitely starting to see traces of that northwest swell wrapping in. Mitu's going to go ahead Gili's going to go ahead and kick out of that one. It's great to see guys like Mitu and Gili, making a charge all the way to the semifinals. One of these guys is going to be in the final. And I don't want to say these guys are old by any means, but they've been around for a long time. Both these guys, seasoned competitors, and in a time when the youngsters definitely dominate the game, it's great to see these two guys out here in the semifinal.
As we see Mitu Montero, as you said, Sky, long-time legend in the waves here.
Boom!
Powerful off the top there, into the critical section. Two solid wave turns so far in this wave. 3 for Mitu. That's going to score well for him as that closes out on the inside. Right behind him, Gili Brandao, already out to his pretty stellar start here. Only about 2.5 minutes into this heat.
This swell
huge
definitely
top turn, very powerful.
And trying to throw that one up, getting to that section just a little bit late and laying back, not able to hold it together. But scores here on the board at the moment. You have Gili Brandao in the lead, currently sitting with the single highest wave score at 7.83 to Mitu's 7.5, and a backup of 6 compared to Mitu's 5-point backup.
Yeah, and again, just barely over 3 minutes into this heat already, both competitors posting some huge scores. 13.83 for Gili Brandao, 2-wave total. 12.5 for Mitu Montero, 2-wave total. And we're not even barely 3 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. This billing living up to all the expectations. Again, Mitu Montero, as you said, Gili Brandao. Two seasoned veterans. It's going to be a chess match out there to see who comes away with this heat victory. Mitu setting up, lacing into a top turn there, showing his power. Again, Mitu known for switching his stance in between.
Kind of mistiming that second turn a little bit there, Ben, but recovering nicely and hitting that closeout section. Gili out the back, not quite finding what he was looking for. Bit of leftovers there from that first wave of Mitu's.
And there you have scores dropping. Mitu Montero, again, we're not even halfway through this heat, ladies and gentlemen. Mitu Montero on the board with a 16.2 wave score. to Gili Brandau's 13.83, Sky. These are the highest scores that we have seen of the day from the men, and all happening within the first 3 or 4 minutes of this heat. We'll see if they can keep up this flurry of action. Again, the waves seem like they're gradually increasing, the wind holding strong. Me Too on the board with an 8.5.
Yeah, Seth's definitely a lot more consistent just in the last 10 or 15 minutes. And Gili Brandau, kicking out of that one, not quite liking what he saw further down the line. Me Too Montero out the back, setting up on this one. Let's see if he's going to stick with it. All right, Me Too Montero committed, dropping in, through first turn, floats that section, coming around the corner, cut back, kind of a little bit of a cut back, and hits that thing late. Air dropping back in. Gili Brandau, the Brazilian, playing the patience game, staying up high, positioning himself well in the competition area, waiting for those good sets to come through, probably knowing that he needs a pretty big score right now. Gili chasing an 8.18, so Gili needing an excellent score to overtake the lead back from Me Too Montero.
As we take a look down on our staging area for the athletes, you can see the kites there on the beach. We are winding down this event here, slowly eliminating people along the way. Ho'okipa, not for the faint of heart. The Solbach family venturing past the camera there down below. Sky, your parents here in town enjoying the fabulous Maui weather and conditions. Your dad, a seasoned kiteboarding veteran himself.
Yeah, I started kiteboarding with my dad in the Caribbean back in the early 2000s. We spent a lot of time on the beach together. We'd chase each other down. We'd do these ballistic downwind runs through the bay there, going swimming after each other. And now, about 12 years later, find ourselves here on the island of Maui. And hopefully get out on the water with my dad tomorrow afternoon for a little session.
Big shout out to Pancho Solbach, Big Mikey.
So we do have confirmed scores from men's quarterfinal number 4. Ben, looks like another upset here. The Brazilian Felipe Ferreira taking down world number 4 coming into this event, Luke McGilloway. Felipe winning with a 13.2 wave total over Luke McGilloway's 10.33.
Yeah, and if you were with us watching the heat, definitely Felipe demonstrating some powerful riding. Speaking of powerful riding, Me Too Montero just ripping this wave apart back onto the inside, racing around the corner here. 2 solid turns as we switch over to Gili, not on a bad wave himself, repositioning right into that critical section. Nice little layback turn in the middle of that wave, not quite getting all the way to the top. Trying to put that back down, but burying that rail a little bit and not able to pull that out. And Me Too Montero increasing his situational score, 16.1 now to Gili Brandau's 13.83. Again, high-scoring heat for these two guys. Probably some of the better waves we've seen all day in this heat. Most consistent. Gili hooking in onto another one here on the inside. Nice little, not able to pull that one all the way through. Fins tripping him up a little bit.
So we are going to throw it down to an interview with, that's the end of that heat, red flag up. We're going to throw it down to an interview with our new female world champion, 2012 KSP World Tour champion for the women, Yalu Langray, standing by with Christine Boza. Down to you, Christine.
Thank you, Sky. I think we have a very happy Yalu standing here. Congratulations, Yalu.
Thank you.
Our female 2012 KSP World Champion. I am getting goosebumps again for the second time today. Yalu, just tell us how you feel.
I didn't really get me yet, so I'm just like flabbergasted, and I'm like, wow, I don't know, it just feels amazing, and I never expected this. At the first stop of the KSP that I would like make it so far. I was hoping for like a podium place, but getting in first, never expected it.
Well, congratulations, seriously. I'm probably as happy as you are right now. You might be happier in a little while when you actually got it. But we were just talking about this. It's actually now your your third final in the last 3 events. You made it into every single final, and obviously for a good reason, you are now the world champion of this year's KSP World Championship Tour. You didn't really expect to get into the final here at first, did you?
No, not at all. Like, it's not my good side either. It's my backside, and I've been not feeling very confident about it, but it seemed all to work out. I don't know how, but it worked.
It worked well. You made it work really well. The heat against Kari was really close, but now you're going to come up against Muna in the finals. Our local wildcard here, she's ripping too, and I think we're going to see her on tour as well. How do you feel going into that heat?
Yeah, Muna, I've seen probably every heat of her, and amazing style. I think she rides really well, and yeah, I'm just going to have fun out there and just do the best I can.
I think you can't lose anything anymore now. Congratulations again. And we will see you here right after the finals again at the prize giving, where we are actually officially going to crown you as the world champion, and you're going to get your trophy and everything. So thanks for now. Congratulations again, and back to Sky and Ben for now.
Great to hear from our 2012 world champion on the women's side, Yalu Longaray. We are in sequence, about to move to the second men's semifinal. Just about a minute away. We will step away for 1 moment for a word from our sponsors and be back with you live just after this.
Men's semifinal number 2 out on the water at the moment. Kiahi de Aboides from Australia versus Felipe Ferreira from Brazil.
Right at the opening bell, we saw Kiahi pull into a little insider, ending it with a little sliding 3. Should be able to post a fairly decent score right off the bat. Again, we are just barely a few seconds into this heat. Kiahi timing it just right at the opening bell on the wave. We do have official results from that last men's heat. Probably one of the most hotly contested battles we've seen all day, Sky, with Mitu Monteiro of Cape Verde versus Gili Brandao, and Gili Brandao going down to Mitu Monteiro.
So he is straight into the men's final. Felipe Ferreira here chasing this bump down to the bottom.
Whoa.
Big hack there, throwing buckets out the back. He's got to be stoked with that opening ride. Kiahi posting a 6 early on. Felipe trying to get that first score on the board.
And going back to that previous heat, Mitu Monteiro posting a pretty giant score out there, 16.1, taking home that victory from Gili Brandao, 13.83. Gili got to be stoked with his performance in that last heat, but Mitu Monteiro just barely being able to best him and secure his spot into the final. Again, with his tour title hopes still alive in this heat, Kiahi de Aboides needs the victory here to continue his quest for that world championship. Felipe Ferreira trying to play spoiler here, trying to get himself into a final here for the first time on the KSP for the season. Stoked to be into the semifinal for sure, but knowing Felipe, he has his mind set on taking home this event stop here at Ho'okipa. and will be giving Kiahi de Boeres all he can handle, as we see on the board right now. Felipe taking the early lead, 6.5 over Kiahi's 6.0 wave score.
And Felipe Ferreira, of course, a very seasoned competitor. Best result on the KSP Tour came last year at Pacasmayo, Peru, where he placed on the podium in 3rd position, and looking to better that result here on Maui.
Again, we did just hear from newly crowned 2012 Women's World Champion Yalu Langare. Super stoked to be World Champion, as you would expect. Not really expecting that result coming into this season, but she'll take it nonetheless, that is for sure. I know her family back at home probably jumping up and down and screaming right now. Big shout out to all the Langares. You see Felipe Ferreira
just destroying that wave. 2 great turns, finishing it up with a nice half on that closeout section. Yalu Langare, I mean, she's got to be so stoked right now. She's into the women's final against Muna White.
Actually, just walking by the commentator booth, letting out a little bit, little emotion, yelling as she walked by, poking her head in here. Big congratulations to Yalu Langare, well-deserved world championship. As we go back to Kiahi, just destroying that wave. Great. Back into the critical section. Such a stylish rider. This is going to score highly for Kiahi. Maintaining his position on the inside as it reforms and he kicks out, but that's going to be a pretty good scoring wave for Kiahi. 3 nice solid turns, as we have updated scores, again, not including that last wave from Kiahi we just saw, but Felipe Ferreira out in front, 13.37 2-wave score so far. And Sky, we're seeing some pretty big scores being posted the last couple of heats. These guys turning up the volume, knowing we're getting down to the very last heats, nobody wanting to go home, everybody wanting to take home that championship here at Ho'okipa, as well as some overall tour victors to be decided in the waning moments here on the island of Maui, as we switch to Felipe Ferreira, setting up for just another powerful bottom turn.
His timing is just, I want to say, impeccable out there. He's signaling to someone on the beach. I think he wants maybe to change his board.
Maybe a board change.
I'm not sure if maybe he broke it. Maybe he's not quite feeling it. Maybe busted out a fin. It seems like that board's been working really well for him. Looks really crisp, really sharp, but signaling to his caddies on the beach possibly for a board change.
Yeah, that would be an unfortunate development, as he's holding a narrow lead over Kiahi for the moment, but you don't want to give Kiahi any advantages. As we've seen, he's a monster on the water and will take any opportunity, as we see him in the foreground here, again setting himself up for just a nice little layback turn off the top there.
Kiahi just looks so comfortable no matter what, blowing the fins out, always staying square over his board.
And we do see Felipe working himself back into the beach. It looks like could be a fin blowout, could have broken the board a little bit.
We'll wait to see what is happening here with Felipe Ferreira. I'm sure his sister and Brazilian contingent down there on the beach helping him out. Looks like a possible board change there for Felipe.
But looks like he might be able to have... Yeah, he's back on the water already.
So let's take a look at his board. Yeah, looks like he
broke the board.
Looks like probably buckled his board.
On the fin, broke the fin completely off. Fin is out, fin box busted, and I'd have to say for a pit crew, that was pretty dang impressive. That was about
like
a 30-second pit change right there. Pretty impressive. Getting Felipe back out on the water again in good position, holding the narrow lead in this heat so far.
So Felipe with a 13.37 to Kiahi's. Scores updating. Kiahi taking that lead back from Felipe. Kiahi with a 14.97 two-wave total to Felipe's 13.37. Kiahi here. Big first turn, throwing the fins out. I love that weightlessness when he hits the lip and just wafts the fins out the back.
Great battle here in the second of the men's semifinals. A spot in the final on the line. Currently about 4 minutes left in the heat. Felipe Ferreira in the foreground here, needing a board change. Blowing out a fin box. A little good insider here. Be interesting to know which board he did go out on. I'm sure he has a backup, but unsure on how close to the beach it was for him. Perhaps riding another competitor's board out there, as it may have been closer.
And I've seen, we've seen Felipe on that green board for most of the year, at least for the last couple of events. Ireland in here seems to, I think, kind of be his magic carpet. So let's see how this backup board is going to work for him out there. Minutes ticking down in this heat. Felipe needing a pretty big score to take the lead back from Kiahi, needing an 8.1.
Couple of questions coming in on Facebook for the sizes of kites guys are riding out there as we go back to Felipe here on the inside. Nice little roundhouse coming back into that section, hoping it walls up a little bit for him here. Busting the fins out, not able to keep that one together. Over to Kiahi right behind him. Setting up for just that, incredibly powerful top turn back into that flat.
Yeah,
just showcasing the power that he has and timing, as you said earlier, Sky.
Yeah, just such great control from Kiahi. You know, great timing. And just going back to that last wave from Felipe, looked pretty comfortable on that board. That first turn looked really good, maybe overpowering his fins just a little bit on that second turn. So anytime you get used to riding one board and you kind of switch over to something else, it kind of takes that first wave to get a feel for your board, kind of know what's going on under your feet. And Felipe getting a good warm-up wave on that board. Let's see if he can find this big score he's looking for in the excellent range in 8.1. Dropping into this one, powering up his kite, driving off the bottom. Nice first turn, looks pretty crisp. And that little hand gesture just showing not quite finding what he's looking for. Kiahi, on the other hand, nice arcing first turn, double pump bottom turn, straight up into that section. Going for the sliding three and just not quite pulling it off, but Kiahi sitting in the lead with that 14.97 two-wave score to Felipe's 13.37.
Yeah, though they are very close in overall score, 14.97 to 13.37, as you said, Sky. Felipe needing a pretty big score to overtake that lead. Again, going back to the question of the kite sizes guys are riding out there. Started off the day probably with a little bit bigger kite sizes than they find themselves out on now, as we see Felipe in front of us. But I'd say for the most part,
this is going to be the last scoring ride for Felipe. Nice layback, throwing the fins out. Not sure if that is going to be enough for the Brazilian. Kiahi going for a little air there, probably not a counting wave.
Yeah, it looks like Kiahi is probably on a 9-meter kite out there. And probably similar for Felipe, perhaps 8s. The women are probably out there on their 6s and 7s. Fairly windy day here this afternoon, a little bit windier than it was this morning. All right, so just finishing up that second men's semi-final. We are going to take a moment and step away. We'll be back with some pretty significant action coming at you into the third place final round for both the men and the women. Should be some pretty stacked heats coming up right after a word from our sponsors. There will be more action here from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro Finals coming up. Right, coming up next, we are going into the final rounds, but for the time being, we are going to throw it down to Christine down on the sand with the winner of that last men's heat, Mitu Montero, straight into the finals. Down to you, Christine.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Sky. Yep, me too. Our first finalist here for the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. Me too. Did you have fun out there? I know you always just want to have fun.
Yeah, it was nice on the water, you know. I do my best. I find some good ways, and then I pass my heat.
Yeah, you did pass your heat. Congratulations. It's going to be really good to see you in the finals. The previous events didn't go all too well for you. You didn't have the best of luck, but now we see you back here in the finals and back on the podium. So hopefully that's going to feel good for you as well.
I hope. I'm gonna do my best, you know. I try to have a good result here. Now I just break my board, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna ask you. You told me you came in and you were there was a nice wave and you couldn't not ride it. So you took that wave coming in and you broke your board on it, and you don't have that same board again. So what are you gonna ride now in the finals?
I'm gonna take my 6-2 and. Yeah, I'm going to do my best. It's going to be cool.
What was the board that you were riding before that you just broke now?
511. It's really nice. But I do on aerial and then just landing. That's okay.
Okay, well, I know it's not the perfect scenario changing gear just before your finals, but we all know you're an incredible rider, so I'm sure you will be fine on it. Good luck either way. And back to Ben and Sky for now.
We just heard from semi-finalist Mitu Montero moving straight into men's final. Coming up next, we've got Gili Brandao and
Yeah, for the men's third place final will be coming up. I believe we are going straight to the women's third place final. This on your screen will be the men's third place final, but I believe on the water as we speak is that women's third place final.
So that third place final will pit the Brazilian Mila Ferreira against Kari Skibavag of Norway. So these girls are going for that coveted spot on the podium here at the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. Huge heat on our hands here. Green flag just up. And we just heard from Mitu Montero some gear breakage going on out here at Ho'okipa today in this strong wind. We saw Felipe Ferreira in that last heat break aboard, I believe blow a fin box out, and Mitu also suffering some gear damage. And it looks like Kari Skibavag dropping in here. And getting to that section just a little bit late. Mila Ferreira taking a look at a little bit bigger set on the outside. Open face turn, and that strong breeze just pulling her out the back. The wind really ramping up here in the afternoon at Ho'okipa. Definitely the strongest wind we have seen so far in this event. This is definitely the normal Maui trade wind pattern we have come to expect. These girls out there on probably close to their smallest kites. I'm going to guess something in the 6 to 7 meter range. As we see Kari Skibavag taking a look at this one. Nice first turn under the lip there. Good timing coming around this section. Getting caught behind a little bit, not quite making it there, and she's going to straighten out on that one. We will wait for scores to drop from that first exchange. Mila Ferreira just catching a little bit of an edge there on that one, so it's kind of anyone's game at this point in the first couple minutes of this women's third place final. Thanks everyone for joining us online on KSPWorldTour.com, as well as here on the beach, Ho'okipa State Park. I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors here, County of Maui, Best Kiteboarding, Cabrina, Nash, North, and Ion. Check them all out on the web. Give them a like on their Facebook page here below the player on the KSP Live page. Also a huge thank you to the MKC volunteers down on the sand helping land and launch kites, running rescue out here for our riders. Kari Skibavag here on yet another wave. Looks to be off to a good start in this third place final, chasing that third place position on the women's podium. Nice blast off that closeout section. Mila chasing a bit of a bump here down the low. Conditions definitely kicking into high gear here in the afternoon, as they normally do on Maui. Currently 2:30 p.m. local time. Thanks to all our viewers from tuning in from around the globe, staying up through the wee hours of the morning to watch their favorite riders battle it out here in classic Ho'okipa conditions. So Kari Skibavag off to a pretty good start in this heat, currently sitting in first place with two mid-range scores, a 4.73 and a 4. And Mila Ferreira sitting in second place with a relatively low score of 4.2 wave total. But she's about to change that, looking like she's got a pretty good set wave here. Two nice turns, and that's probably going to do it for that wave. Kari Skibavag lining up on this one, waiting, slowing down, laying into that first bottom turn. Little check turn there, coming off the bottom. that last ride from Kari. Probably not going to factor into her top scores there.
Well, congrats.
But again, I'm not a judge, so what do I know?
Well, I'd say you know a lot there, Sky. Don't sell yourself short. You are our mathematical wizard. Up here, you can hear flags going up and down, which is superhuman if I've ever heard of anything.
So Ben Meyer stepping back into the booth here after poking his head out. How windy is it out there, Ben?
It is blowing the hinges off the outhouse door, as they say in the business.
So conditions definitely ramping up here in the afternoon on Maui. Kari Shibavag, the wave magnet in this heat so far.
Nice.
Nicely placed turn there under the lip.
Followed behind her as she just works that all the way into the inside. Looks like
trying to go for a
pulls
little
the
air
ejector
there.
seat, but
Mila Ferreira right behind her. Nice big arcing cut back there. See if she can follow it up with a good turn on the inside, finishing that wave up nicely, straightening out there. Great to see the wind kicking in here in the afternoon at Hokipa. And that swell definitely starting to pulse in, getting a little bit of wraparound from that northwest. So situation out there on the water at the moment still has Kari Shibavag in the lead, increasing her score with two mid-range scores, a 6.17 and a 5.83 for a two-wave total of 12 over Mila Ferreira's 10.07 combined score.
We are in the third place final for the women. Only 3 heats left after this one. Winding down as we see the waves continue to show up for this women's third place final. Mila Ferreira not able to pull that one back through in her second turn. Sitting currently in first place, however, Kari Shibavag on this wave, hoping to better her situation, which as scores are updating right now and as she continues to pile up the points on this wave onto the inside, retaking the lead from Mila Ferreira. Kari Shibavag in 13.67 in the lead over Mila Ferreira's 12.57.
So again, if you're just joining us online, this is the women's third place final coming down right to the end here on our final day of action of the Hokipa Kite Surf Pro. And the winner of this heat will take that podium position.
Updated scores do have Kari sitting in that first position over Mila Ferreira. Just about 3 minutes left in this heat. Plenty of time to post one more score. It seems as though the waves have been a bit more consistent and frequent over the last half hour or 45 minutes of the event. Sky should set us up for a great last 3 heats, and this one has been a cracker so far.
And Kari Shibavag of Norway here, probably a little bit warmer water than what she's used to over in Norway, and looking really comfortable out there. We heard from her in an interview earlier that she hasn't had the best year on tour, but looks like she's going to finish up strong here with a huge result. Mila Ferreira going down on that one. So Kari Shibavag chasing that third place position on the podium.
Would be stoked to come out of this event with a podium finish for sure. As would any of our competitors here. Again, the overall tour championship wrapped up earlier in the day by Yalu Langare. who finds herself in the final of this event against Muna White, coming up shortly. Promises to give tons of action. I know Yalu would love to go home with that overall tour victory and the individual victory here in Ho'okipa. She is a Nash team rider, would love to showcase a victory here in front of the home turf of Nash, but Muna White, coming out of the wild card qualifications, has different things in mind. Would love also to take home this individual championship. Cabrina rider, also home turf here on Maui. Should be a hotly contested battle coming up between those two ladies after the men's third place final.
Right, time ticking down in this women's third place final. Kari Shibavag still sitting in the lead. Mila Ferreira on a nice looking set out the back. Let's see if she can overtake the lead back.
Nice first turn, bringing it back in, setting herself up for the second turn on this wave. A nice open face for her to work with on the inside as she really gets busy on this inside section and starts to pull away from her. Right up off the lip in the lip of the closeout there. That should be a pretty decent scoring wave. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough to overtake the lead here in the last 45 seconds of the heat. That might have been Mila's last attempt at overtaking the lead, trying to better that 6.07 back-up score. Needs a pretty decent scoring wave in order to take the lead over from Kari. I believe in that 7.1, 7.2 range in order to take this away from Kari. So we'll have to wait and see the judges' scores on that. The verification probably won't be able to call this heat until well after we hear the flag go down, Sky.
Right you are, Ben.
I'm not going to let that one die, just so you know.
You're just not going to leave that alone, right? So we do have...
For those of you just joining us, earlier in the broadcast, Sky claimed to be able to hear the flag go down, which I thought was pretty spectacular. I can hear the horn, but I can't hear the flag.
Speaking of hearing flags, our commentary booth just got blasted with I'm going to say a 30-knot gust, and this whole thing is shaking and rattling, and we've got some serious conditions here ramping up into the afternoon, Ben.
Yep, this band is a rockin'.
So don't come a knockin'. We are into the final stages of this event. In case we didn't announce it before, official results coming through from that last men's semifinal number 2, Kiahi de Boyes against Felipe Fejera. Kiahi de Boyes taking that heat win, so he will meet Mitu Montero in the final. Both regular footers, and that's going to be a very exciting heat, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the world title race. We will consult our number crunchers, but for the moment, Kari Shibavag out there, still in the lead, Ben.
Yeah, and latest scores dropping for Emilia Ferreira, not quite enough to overtake the lead from Kari, and it looks as though Kari is going to take this lead into the waning moments of the heat. We do still have green flag flying, even though you see that quadruple 0 on your screen in front of you. Green flag is still up. Again, just like to give another shout out to all of our industry sponsors, Best, Cabrina, Nash, and North Kiteboarding, along with Ion Products. Great to see the involvement of all of the kite industry here. Obviously, two of which here have roots on the island, both Cabrina and Nash.
Kari Shibavag here, trying to increase her lead over Mila.
Oh!
Going down, catching a little bit of chop. Mila Ferreira out the back.
A gust just coming through, getting windy out there, Sky. Mila doing well to stay in the pocket on that wave. Kari seemed like she got hit by a little bit of a gust there on the inside. Mila trying to work her way back into this heat. And there we have it. That will be the last scoring wave for Mila Ferreira. We'll have to wait and see the final scoring from the judges. Current scores have Kari in front by just a little bit. That last wave by Mila Ferreira, we will wait to see how it is scored to officially call the outcome of that last heat, that women's third place final, a spot on the podium on the line. So in the interim, we are in sequence for the next heat, which will be men's third place final. We will wait final results for that previous heat, but have some pretty awesome matchups coming your way as the wind continues to completely blast the north coast here. Trade pattern back in full effect, the waves increasing, setting us up for a pretty classic final bout. One of which of those competitors standing by down on the beach with Christine Buza. That's Kiahi de Aboides punching his ticket into the final. It's going to come down to the final to decide that overall tour championship between him and Mitu Monteiro. So we're going to throw this down to Christine standing by with an excited finalist, Kiahi de Aboides of Australia. Christine?
Thank you, Ben. Let's see how excited he really is. Kiahi, how excited are you?
Yeah, I'm really stoked to be in my first final in this tour. It's really good. The waves are pumping, the winds come in, and it couldn't be better.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty stoked. The conditions are improving here. Wind's definitely in now, and we see some nice sets rolling through. I know you also just always want to have fun out there, and we saw you having a lot of fun against Felipe out there now. But yet you're going to come up against me too, one of the riders here that has scored the highest heat scores of the event. Any specific tactics going into this heat?
I don't know. I'm just going to go out there, try and find some sets, and just do what I can do at the end of it.
Do what you can do is like riding a wave, surprising everyone by incredible style, and something completely unexpected you pull off on a wave. Anything new you got in the pocket that you might want to show off?
I don't know. We'll just have to see.
Okay, not giving anything away. Well, you are here with me too in the finals. I can't wait to see it, and I'm sure a lot of people at home can't wait either. So good luck for that, and just rip it up, I guess. Giving it back to Ben and Sky.
All right, great to hear from Kiahi de Aboites as always. Excited to be in the finals. Giving a rather humble approach, we'll just wait and see, but I know he would love to get out there and take home not only the Ho'okipa title, but that overall title. Ladies and gentlemen, it will come down to that men's final. Not too commonly all the way down to the very last heat of the very last event on tour for the year for the overall tour championship. Pretty unbelievable. Kiahi de Aboides versus Mitu Monteiro. It will be a battle for not only this event victory, but also for the overall championship. I know both these guys are going to be out there throwing their best at each other. And I couldn't have picked a more deserving pair of guys to be battling out for the overall event championship again. As we started this whole event, a couple of things had to go right for both Mitu and Kiahi in order to set themselves up for that overall championship, but it has happened that way. The top 4 ranked riders in the world going down earlier in the event, opening the door for guys who are sitting in that 5th place position coming into this event, both Kiahi de Aboites of Australia and Mitu Monteiro of Cape Verde in that 5th place position, and the chips falling in the proper way for both of those riders to come up against each other, and winner takes everything. Winner takes all here for the men's final. We are at yellow flag into the men's 3rd place final, featuring 2 Brazilians absolutely ripping during this event, Guilherme Brandão and Felipe Ferreira. A spot on the podium, on the line, 3rd place battle coming up as soon as we return from this message from our sponsors.
All right, men's third place final out there on the water at the moment. Guilherme Brandão from Brazil against his fellow countryman Felipe Ferreira. Working on my Brazilian...
Yeah, it was a pretty sweet accent you had going there.
Working on my Brazilian accent in here, Ben.
Are you from Rio de Janeiro?
In Brazil. So Team Brazil out there battling for that coveted third place position on the men's podium.
Yeah, I knew from previous events that you fala un poco português. No?
I know about 3 words in Portuguese, Ben. And most of them are food. Just took a little walk outside the booth there, nearly got blown away. Winds in excess of probably 30 knots out here on the beach. Okay, maybe 25. Guilherme Brandão here, dropping in the white lycra off the bottom. Big first hack there. Looking really good. And just classic power surfing there from Guilherme.
Guilherme already starting the scoring off with a 7.67 first wave score right at the bell out there. Killing it, should back up that with a pretty high score. Really putting the pressure on Felipe Ferreira, even though it's the early going in this heat. Felipe probably going to need two pretty high scores in order to take down Guilherme Brandão, the seasoned veteran here, chasing that podium finish.
Yeah, that first score of Guilherme's there, just insane. See some paddlers out there on the horizon doing that downwind run, probably from Maliko Gulch down to Kanaha. Pretty typical for when we have these blasting trades. See some stand-up paddlers and canoers out there doing the coast run. Felipe Ferreira, big hack, blowing that tail out. I don't know, Ben. He had some gear failure in that last heat, snapping that board. Probably his favorite board, one we've seen him riding for a lot of the tour this year. And maybe not quite feeling that board he's on at the moment, but Guilherme Brandão looking really comfortable, looking for another big score here, going over the front, and scores just updating for Guilherme, off to an incredible start in this third place final. A 15.37 two-wave total, so 2 scores on the board in the mid to excellent range. Felipe is definitely going to have his work cut out for him. All right, Felipe Ferreira, big turn there on a little bit of a smaller wave, kind of banking off that closeout. Probably not going to be an excellent score, but Felipe just trying to keep busy, catch a lot of waves, and hopefully luck into a few nuggets out here this afternoon, Ben. Right? Nuggets.
If you say so, Sky. We are into the last couple of heats of the day, of the event, of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been working our way all tour long for exactly this. Currently on the water, Guilherme Brandão versus Felipe Ferreira. 2 of the Brazilian contingency on tour this year that has been completely dominant in lots of the events, always finishing up there towards the top. These 2 guys will finish 3rd and 4th place. The order of which that is still to be determined. Guilherme Brandão making his statement of why he should be on the podium. Powerful surfing, right place, right time. Currently leading this heat with a 15.37 two-wave score to Felipe Ferreira's 9.34 here in the forefront.
Felipe, nice vertical hit there, just staying on his feet. and hitting that next little section. Geez, heading into this final day, Ben, if you would have told me that world number 1, 2, 3, and 4 would all be knocked out before the semifinals, I mean, that's incredible. So our 5th place guys making a charge for the podiums. Mitu Montero, Kiahi de Aboides into the final already. Gili Brandao coming into this event ranked 5th, hunting that 3rd place position on the podium, off to a great start in this heat. Currently leading with a 15.37 over Felipe Ferreira's 9.34. Speak of the devil, Gili Brandao dropping in, great first turn. Just perfect timing, floating over that section, great control.
Gili on fire in this heat, making it hard for Felipe Ferreira to get back into the mix in this men's 3rd place final. Gili Brandao staking his claim on that podium.
And as we get into these final rounds here, Ben, you see these riders that have a lot of heats under their belt really starting to gain momentum, and you definitely see some of the best riding take place as we get into the finals here. With this new swell starting to pulse in and winds cranking up. Felipe Ferreira tagging that section.
Again, we are more than halfway through this men's 3rd place final. We will be moving directly into the women's final after this.
So Felipe Ferreira in a bit of a situation here, needing a 9.7 ride to overtake the lead from Gili Brandao. That is a pretty big ask of...
A pretty big what?
Ask.
Oh, as we see Felipe on the screen in front of us, both riders on the wave at once. Felipe and Gili going down hard. Felipe pulling out from the inside. Gili going for the inside and paying for it as that closeout kind of crumbles over his head.
So Felipe probably looking at a little bit of a combination situation. We haven't seen any scores really. Scores actually just updating Felipe Ferreira.
And it is a combo situation.
In a combination situation, needing 2 scores to overtake the lead from Gili Brandao. Currently sitting in the lead, improving his situation with a 16.03.
Yeah, big score, big score for Gili Brandao at that 8.33 and a 7.7 back up again. Just going after this thing right out of the box and putting the pressure on Felipe Ferreira to come and get him and chase him down. And so far, the Brazilian Gili Brandao having the better of this exchange. However, Felipe Ferreira just completely destroying the lip of that wave, but not able to get it up. And hopefully he can get his kite up before this wave hits it here. Oh, looks like he just does it. Luckily, gets that up, yanks him around, yards him, a little bit of a yard sail down there, but lucky that he got that kite back up right in the face of that next set wave to be able to work his way back out and try to work his way back into this heat sky.
Yes, a little bit of luck on Felipe Ferreira's side out there in the waning moments of this heat. Let's see if that luck can deliver 2 good set waves to Felipe, needing that combination score to overtake his fellow countryman, Gili Brandao.
And as we've been saying for most of this tour season, Sky, the Brazilian contingency completely taking the world by storm. We had that event in Ireland where every Brazilian entered in the event was a first round winner, save perhaps just one who advanced anyways all the way into the late rounds of that event. So again, continuing that tradition here in Hawaii. 2 guys into the top 4. Which one will be 3rd, which one will be 4th, that is being decided at the moment on your screen in front of you. This is Felipe Ferreira been on fire lately. Stoked to be in to that third place final. Powerful top turn.
This could be the wave that Felipe is looking for. Let's see if he can hold on to this turn, Ben. See if he can get around this section. Pumping, looking for speed, throwing that thing up into the lip. That thing is going to kind of fizzle out into the channel. Probably not quite the score that Felipe was chasing.
This is Gili Brandao in the forefront, in on a good side with just a great top-to-bottom turn there. Nice vertical surfing, back into the pocket around there, getting into the critical zone, setting himself up for another turn on the inside as it's breaking up onto the lip. Again, should be a pretty good scoring wave. However, Gili needing some pretty spectacular scores just to overtake what he's already put up on the board, an 8.33, a 7.7, 16.03 two-wave score. Felipe Ferreira, 10.6 two-wave score, chasing a combo situation. And Sky, it's going to be hard-pressed for Felipe to pull that off here in the waning moments of this men's third-place final. But what a battle out there today.
Yeah, and taking a look at Gili's wave count here. Both of these riders riding about the same amount of waves. Looks like both of them about 7 or 8 waves under their belt. And Gili actually dropping a 7.67 as a backup score. Felipe Ferreira, big blast off the top there. Sticking with this one, staying tight to the face, not going to offer much scoring potential. So both of these riders staying very busy in this heat, riding a lot of waves.
Busy.
Very busy.
We do still have green flag up. However, we are in the final moments of this heat. Both Gili Brandao and Felipe Ferreira hoping that this next set brings what they need. Felipe trying to play a little bit of catch-up here, can no longer play the patience game, needs to go after these with aggression, and he is
there. Can he hang on? He is
disappearing into the whitewater, pulling the ripcord on that one, out the back. Again, one advantage to having that kite hooked to you. Things go wrong, you pull it the other direction, boom, right back out into the lineup.
Again, I'd just like to say a huge thanks to all of our people down on the beach, out in the water, running rescue out there, Hero, our photographers out there swimming, capturing all those amazing images. Say a huge thank you to our whole KSP crew and the MKC volunteers down there. Kevin Collins doing an amazing job getting these guys in and off the water safely. Live action, Gili Brandao straight up blowing the tail out, trying to improve those already excellent scores. Gili definitely feeling the mojo in this heat.
Yeah, coming out with a mission, a man on fire for this third place final. Did not want to go home without that podium finish. He is a collector of trophies, ladies and gentlemen. He likes to come home from every event with a piece of hardware, and came out at this event with that same thing in mind, and really staking his claim for that third place finish against Felipe Ferreira, just annihilating the top of that wave, sticking in the pocket, trying to increase his situation. That probably isn't going to be enough to catch Gili Brandao in this combo situation. Flag is down, just heard that happen, and I just saw the horn blow.
That's pretty good vision there, Ben, to be able to see that. And, man, Felipe Ferreira really staying super busy and battling it out there with Gili Brandao. A great effort from Felipe. Gili Brandao, however, looking like he got the better of that heat with a 16.16 heat score total. Again, we will wait for official confirmation. But looking at our scores at the moment, looks like Gili Brandao securing his position on the men's podium here at the Hoki Kite Pro.
Exactly right, Sky. And we are going to step away for a second. We do have women's final coming up. We did catch up with current world champion for 2012, Yalu Longray, earlier in the week, and we'd like to cut to a quick interview with her. This is actually prior to her official world championship designation that we saw earlier today, but she coming up in the final against Muna White, and we will be back momentarily with that women's final here from the 2012 Kite Surf Pro from Ho'okipa State Park on the island of Maui.
No, it's not my first time. I've been here for 6-7 times now. And it's my second time that I spent the winter here, so that's kind of cool to be here in winter time. It's totally different. Normally I come here in March, April, and then we're busy with the product shoots for Nash. And now I got more time to play around and actually go out, and big swells are rolling in, and it's good to see Maui in winter time. Yeah, I think it's really good to spend some time before. Like everywhere where I go, even Mauritius, I went almost 3 weeks before, and now here I went 3 weeks before just to get used to the wave, and for sure it's going to help me. Well, I wouldn't say I have the most experience in this place because I'm backside, and I know there's girls riding way better with wind from the right. I've been like really lucky what I said before, that I had Mauritius and Ireland with my front side, which I'm really confident with. And backside I'm just not that confident, and I know my riding is not that strong as my front side, so yeah, I'm happy to be in first position, but if I can keep it, I don't know. I'm going to try my best and see how it works out, and I know I need to go train more with wind from the right. So it's good to be here on Maui. As I said, I've been here for over 6-7 times, and my sponsor Nash is from here. And my first time I was here, we were here for the Red Bull King of the Year. And that was also my first time back in 2005 that I kited Ho'okipa. And now we're back in 2012, and I'm going to be able to kite Ho'okipa again. And I kind of know how the wave works. I've been surfing every day since I'm here, so that really helped me out. Yeah, and I'm really motivated to get out there. I hope the wind is going to pick up, and we're going to have a great contest.
All right, so we just heard from Yalu Longray, who we see in front of us here on the first wave of the final, pitting her against Muna White from Oahu. Yalu Longray is going to be our world champion for 2012, but has a challenge in front of her, trying to take down this girl, Muna White, on a good-sized set wave, opening the scoring with some
just hanging on through that bottom turn, but it looks like dropping her kite there. Hopefully able to get that kite up before this oncoming set, Ben.
Yeah, this would be very unfortunate for Muna White. Hopefully she can get this up before it goes into those rocks, into Hokipa.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this is going to be too bad.
No internet did. Okay.
Can I talk to you for a second? Do you want to just shut everything down quickly? You want me to restart the internet?
Looks like we got internet back.
Yeah,
we're back. We're back online. Leave it. In that buoy, Muna White there, just such a nice, casual, flowing style. Looks like she's just out there free riding.
Yeah, again, for those of you just joining us, sorry about a little bit of technical difficulty here in the beginning of this women's heat. It has been a cracker so far. Muna White out there with a 14.42 wave combined total to Yalu Langere's 9.17. The swell has been pretty good for this entire final, as we see Yalu in front of us here. Again, already winning that 2012 World Championship, but once more would like to take home the overall the title here at the Ho'okipa 2012 Kite Surf Pro.
And looking at some of these scores, Ben, current heat leader Muna White from Oahu, 14.4 heat score total. She has been posting some of the highest heat score totals, even looking at the men's ladder. She's just
Yalu floating that over and actually coming out of it. Great score for her. Muna White pulling out of the back of that one, but Yalu doing well to float that section and come back into the flats and ride out of it, hoping to improve her situation here as we approach the last couple of minutes of this heat. Again, Muna White posting an 8.23 top wave score, really putting the pressure on Yalu Langere, who will be and who is 2012 world champion for the KSP. Again, probably pressure off for the whole tour for Yalu, but for sure she would like to take home that individual title here. Again, we had a little bit of a cutout there for everyone at home, but we're able to get this women's final back to you live for the last few minutes of the heat. We are still with a green flag up. There is a buoy down there, as you said, Sky, that has become unstowed.
Indeed, Ben, that buoy became unstowed just a few moments ago, but our rescue craft out there grabbing that thing, they're going to go reset it up at the top of the competition area. Current situation at the moment has Muna White from Oahu, 14.42 wave total, in the lead of this women's final. Yalu Langere from the Netherlands, who just a little while ago secured the KSP World Tour Championship title, in second place with a 9.172 wave total.
Not sure she's going to take that baited offer on the inside. Didn't look like to be a super high scoring wave. However, she will turn in on this one, walling up a bit on the inside. A nice first turn, but I don't think she's going to be able to drop back into that, and she isn't. Turning her way to go back out again. Current situation, Muna White on the water, 14.4. Yalu Langere again hooking into one, coming in 9.17. Needing to increase her situation, going for it and paying for it on that one, getting caught up in the lip. Kite in a little bit of the wrong position, pulling her off of her edge, and she's going to want to collect her belongings and head back out for another attempt.
Yeah, I mean, Yalu's been out there all day long in the water. She's ridden a lot of heats, probably getting a little bit tired, as Muna White probably is as well, heading here into the finals. Conditions really ramping up. We started off with lighter wind this morning. These girls, having to pump up smaller kites and just really adapt to the changing conditions out here at Ho'okipa. Just counting down the final moments of this women's final here on Maui.
And we are green flag down as we see Muna White on the foreground here. Into the final seconds. Looks as if perhaps this may be, oh my word, just a great top turn there, throwing some spray off of the back. And Sky, it looks like perhaps Muna White taking the victory here. We're going to have to wait to confirm those results, but
all right, so we do have red flag up. We're going to take a quick break and be back with more action here momentarily from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro Maui.
punch between these two aspiring champions here at the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro 2012.
Kiahi Diaboides dropping in on this one, laying into that bottom turn. Nice first turn off the top. Bigger set wave here. Great positioning, straight up, blowing the fins out the back. Vertically straight up, straight back down. Beautiful textbook surfing there from Kiahi. Third turn, trying to keep that kite in the air, and just getting pulled out the back.
Me too.
Montero, huge turn, laying into a second turn, not quite getting there in time. Trying to race around this whitewater section. Will he find some open face to work with? Foam climb there. And these guys just going absolutely Richter out here on the final day. Men's final 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro Maui. What a spectacular end to the World Tour season. Definitely some big upsets out here today at Ho'okipa. Kiahi Diaboides just absolutely charging. Looking really comfortable out there. Throwing the fins up, out the back. Probably not going to factor into his main score line. We will update you with scores as soon as they drop here on our screen. What a fantastic final.
Current scores have Kiahi Diaboides leading Mitu Montero 15.9 to Mitu's 13.72 wave score. Again, we will update you as we have information. Not sure if Mitu's last wave is included in the scoring, but already a hotly contested battle.
Mitu coming all the way from Cabo Verde, his first time here in Hawaii, and going for a huge result here. Guaranteed a spot on the podium. These guys battling for first and second place here in the men's final. Sets out the back. Looks like Mitu coming in hot on this first wave of the set. Kiahi a little bit farther out on that green Cabrina kite. Alright, Mitu Montero laying into this bottom turn. Nice first hook. Just getting blown up by that side offshore breeze. Kiahi Diaboides out the back, stalling, lining up, waiting for this thing to wall up through the inside as it hits the reef out here at the point at Ho'okipa. Solid first turn, blowing the fins out, nice control, double pump bottom turn, hooks it straight back up into the lip, tail waft out the back, foam climb, throwing the tail around, trying to go for the little reverse. Really nice style there from Kiahi, and also going down on that end section, but probably going to be a good score there from the young Australian. Alright, Mitu Montero dropping into a bit of a smaller set here, fading deep. Gonna look for a little cover up, trying to get a little head dip. If you're just joining us, this is men's final here on the last day of the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro Maui. Currently 3:36 p.m. here on a beautiful Saturday on Maui. Trade winds filling in beautifully here into the afternoon. Kiahi Diaboides Let's see what Kiahi's got here as he makes his way through the inside. Big turn there. Throwing the tail out. So we will be crowning our event and world champions here at Ho'okipa Beach Park this afternoon, directly following this men's final. Alright, current scores still have Kiahi de Avoides in a slight lead over Mitu Montero. Mitu, big hooking turn there, big power gaff on his first turn, just jamming it up into that closeout section, not quite able to find some open face to work with. Kiahi de Avoides, big turn there, our photographer ducking through the face.
Another one on the inside. Reeling this one all the way through, sliding his fins out of the water all the way to the inside here.
Some great waves ridden so far in this heat.
And Mitu Montero needing a big score. Actually, both riders with an 8.57 top score right now. Kiahi de Avoides with an 8-point back up to Mitu Montero's 7.57. It is going to take an 8.01 in order to catch Kiahi de Avoides for the win so far. We are only a few minutes left in this men's final. Again, World Tour ramifications abound. The winner of this heat not only wins the Ho'okipa 2012 Kitesurf Pro, but also the entire World Championship Tour for the year 2012.
Yeah, and who would have thought heading into the final day, Ben, that we would see these two fifth-place men making a charge for the World Championship crown. Unbelievable events unfolding here today at Ho'okipa. First, second, third, and fourth place top-ranked men coming into this event, all being eliminated.
Yeah, again, we came in with some ties for that fifth place. Two of them being the men on the water right now, Kiahi de Avoides, Mitu Montero, giving us a show for this final, posting some ginormous scores. And that will do it. I believe this may count for Mitu. He's going to have to lace into these turns if he wants to try to go for a little head dip there.
Chasing a big score, chasing that 8-point ride to overtake the lead from Kiahi. Not quite sure if that's going to do it. We're going to wait for those final scores to drop. And that is going to do it for competition here today, Ben. Red flag up, signifying the end of that heat and of the competition here, the 2012 Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro. We're going to wait for final scores to drop, wait for these guys to come in off the water. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the crowning of our world champions. And please stay tuned online down on the beach. We're going to be back with more from the 2012 Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro here shortly. Please stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to crown our winners down here on the beach. We are still waiting for official scores to drop, but tentatively looking like Kiahi de Aboides there on your screen from Australia, most likely taking that heat win in the men's final. We will wait for official confirmation. A super tight heat there coming down to the very last minute between Kiahi de Aboides and Mitu Montero, battling it out down there. And we are just staging for that final prize giving. I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors here for the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro 2012. To say a huge thank you to the County of Maui, Best Kiteboarding, Cabrina Kites, Nash Kites, North and Ion, as well as all our volunteers from the MKC down there catching, landing, launching kites, out there running rescue, beach safety, all of our photographers, everyone, lifeguards. We'll get into a little bit of that later, but you can see the crowd starting to gather down there on the beach. We do have my co-commentator Ben Meyer there standing by, getting ready to hand out some of these prizes to our winners. We'll be crowning not only our event champions today for the Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro, but also our world champions. Some huge shakeups in the rankings today.
And gentlemen,
let's throw it down to Ben Meyer down on the beach.
I hope you all enjoyed that showdown out there this afternoon. Increasing awesome conditions out there. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our competitors here today. Yeah. Big ups, nice show out there here at Ho'okipa State Park. Wind blasting this afternoon, the waves coming in. Love to give you guys some overall results for this event and overall results for the 2012 KSP World Tour. A lot riding on this event in particular. All races coming down to the last few heats here. Pretty spectacular. And couldn't have asked for better conditions here, even though it took 10 days for us to get to it. Love to give a big shout out to our event sponsors here. County of Maui, our industry sponsors, Best Kiteboarding, Cabrina Kiteboarding, Nash Kiteboarding, North Kiteboarding, Ion Products, the MKC, Eternal Riders, Second Wind, Neil Pride, Maui, Maui Beach Hotel, Mana Foods, Whole Foods Maui, Pacific Millworks, Mama's Fish House, and of course our lifeguards up here behind us. Many mahalos to you guys. Thanks for watching out for us. All the volunteers here in front and the crew, fantastic job for everybody bringing this to fruition here on the beach and for everybody live at home. And now we'd like to move straight into results for this event in particular, the 2012 Ho'okipa Kite Surf Pro. On the women's side, love to bring up our fourth place women's competitor from Brazil, Mila Ferreira. Mila, you're around. Mila. That's Mila Ferreira, come on.
Alright, so my
And pop your head in and check us out. Just up here waiting for women's fourth place. I can move to third place, Christine. All right, Mila Ferreira, women's 4th place. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, ripping out there, young Brazilian rider. Let's hear from Mila Ferreira, 4th place, women's. In 3rd place, the Norwegian Kari Skibavag. Come on up, Kari. All right. There we go. Kari coming down right behind you guys. All right, Kari. 3rd place women's competitor. Hard-fought battle between these two women in 3rd place final out there. Good job, both of you ladies. And now the women's final we saw on the water a bit earlier today. In 2nd place here at the Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro 2012 from the Netherlands, Yalu Langere. All right, and 1st place coming out of the wild card round, Oahu resident in 1st place here at the Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro, Muna White. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are your top 4 women for the 2012 Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro. Let's hear it. All right, these girls got to get laid here for a second. All right, one more time. Here are your women's top 4. All right, Muna, if I could get just a couple of words with you as the women's champion. Maybe just a quick feeling about your first championship tour event and coming out victorious.
I'm pretty stoked to do so well in this event. I want to thank everyone who put this together, the contest directors, all the sponsors, the judges. Must have been pretty hard for everyone. But it turned out well, and my sponsors, Caprina, Casio, Gators, Eduardo Ledoux Surfboards, and all the riders for making it so fun, and yeah, it was great.
Nice, thank you. Congratulations again. Let's hear for your women's champion here at the Ho'okipa 2012 Kitesurf Pro, Muna White. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the men's draw. For 4th place here at the 2012 Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro, representing Brazil, Felipe Ferreira. All right, stoked semi-finalist into the men's 3rd place final, coming out in 4th place. In 3rd place, fellow Brazilian Guilherme Brandão. Coming up with broken board and all. Congratulations, Guilherme. All right, moving into the money round. That last men's final that you guys saw on the water, hotly contested battle by 2 guys in the running for not only this championship, but for the overall world championship. Coming down to the final minutes, pretty close battle. In 2nd place, representing Cape Verde, Mitu Monteiro. Congratulations, Me Too. Well-deserved second place finish, ripping out there on the water today. And in first place, taking home the event title here on the island of Maui, here at Ho'okipa Beach Park, the Australian Kite de Aboides. Give it up for your men's champion. Absolutely annihilating waves out there. Tons of variety. Well-deserved contest victor. Kite de Aboides celebrating his first tour victory. All right, let's give it up for your men's top 4. All right, congratulations, gentlemen. Kiahi, if you could stick up on stage for a minute for a couple of words. All right, big guy. So, congrats. Congratulations, man. It was a well-deserved win out there for you. Tell us what this first tour victory means for you.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be in Hawaii, and to have this happen here is insane. The waves are really turned it on for that last heat. It was pumping out there, and I just had so much fun.
Well, it was a well-deserved title, and definitely a hard-fought battle coming up against such a talent in Mitu Monteiro. Was it a final that you really liked to be out there? Of course, Mitu probably pushing you to the limits. It was really close score. Came down to the last pretty much couple of waves ridden in that final. Were you nervous out there, or did you feel pretty good about your heat, or did you know when you came in that you'd won it, or was it close enough that you were a little nervous on your way back in?
Yeah, I was definitely a little nervous. Mitu's an amazing competitor. He had insane scores the whole way through the event, and to come out on top is amazing. I'm stoked.
Nice. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Kiahi de Aboides, your 2012 Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro Men's Champion. Thank you, Kiai. All right, now moving straight into the other championship on the line here for the moment, the overall World Championship Tour title. For the women, we're going to start by announcing the top 3 overall. Third place in the points after 4 events on the 2012 KSP World Tour. From Germany, living in Mauritius, Nina Bichler. All right, let's hear for Nina Bichler, women's third place overall for the year, KSP 2012. Nina Bichler. Congratulations, Nina. All right, second place, the defending world champion, relegated to second place on this year's tour. Shouldn't be disappointed with that result. Super awesome result from Portugal, Inês Correia. Let's give it up for Inês Correia. Congratulations, Inês. And as we saw earlier in this event, with some wins in earlier rounds, making it all the way to the women's final, getting second place here at the Ho'okipa Kitesurf Pro, but taking home the World Championship title in her first year on tour, representing the Netherlands, Yalu Langere. Congratulations, Yalu, women's 2012 KSP World Champion. All right, this is it, your women's top 3 overall for the 2012 KSP season. All right, congratulations, ladies. Yalu, if you could stick up here for just 1 second. You can put down that giant trophy. Love to get a couple of words with you. Coming out here, I know you had a victory here at Ho'okipa on your mind, but coming away with the overall World Championship, let us know what that means to you here, especially in Maui, home of your sponsor, Nash. What's that feel like to be taking home a World Championship?
So good. Like I'm still not really getting it. I didn't expect it at all, and it all came together on this last stop of the KSP, and I'm so stoked, and I'm super happy to go home and like celebrate with my family, and then go off to South Africa and train for the next season.
Yeah, well, you have tons of support at home. I know everyone was watching at home into the wee hours of the morning, awaiting the results of your heats all the way along. Tons of support in Holland. Anything you'd like to say to the people, family watching at home? Your brother, of course, a world champion in freestyle. Now you, a world champion in the waves. Definitely a kiteboarding family. You must be super stoked to finally achieve a world championship and be bringing a victory home, not only for the Langere family, but for Holland, and really your first world championship that you've had.
Ja. So ja, I'm just gonna do it in Dutch. Ik wil iedereen even bedanken, iedereen die de livestreaming heeft gevolgd. Ik heb nog steeds geen woorden voor, ik besef het nog niet. Ik ga straks in het vliegtuig naar huis en dan hoop ik dat er heel veel mensen op het vliegveld staan om op te wachten en te cheeren voor mij. En ja, bedankt voor jullie support. Papa en mam, jullie zijn de grootste support, altijd al geweest. En ik hou van jullie.
Perfect. One more time, Women's World Champion 2012 for the KSP, Yalu Langere. All right. One last list of results to go over here. The men's world title race, again coming down to that final heat. Yalu clinching that women's world championship a bit earlier in the competition. However, this one coming down to the final heat of the final event of the final day of waiting on the 2012 World Tour. In third place for the men, from Cape Verde, living in Italy, Ayrton Cozzolino, defending men's champion, third place, 2012. All right, congratulations, Ayrton, ripping on the water almost every single event, every single heat. Always a pleasure to watch you ride. Moving straight to that final, again, it came down to whoever won the last final won the overall championship. So in second place for the 2012 season on the KSP World Tour, Mitu Montiero. Again, this guy is a charger. Inspiring and amazing to watch on the water. Mitu Montiero, this year's #2 in the world on the 2012 KSP. And again, as we said, coming down to that final heat, taking home the 2012 overall championship. The winner here at Ho'okipa. Also for the entire season of the 2012 tour, Kiahi Deoboides of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's world champion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your men's top 3 in the world 2012. Yeah. Congratulations, fellas. Hardly fought battle throughout the year. Hard fought battle? Sorry. Hard fought battle. Yeah, you'd love to get another couple of words. Actually, yeah, it's champagne time first, I think. This is apple juice, ladies and gentlemen. Kiahi is not yet 21. All right, Kiahi, I'm going to step in here. Drenched in apple juice as if it was champagne. We'd be going to jail right now. Congratulations on your overall World Tour victory. We just talked a second ago about this individual event. Talk a little bit about what it means to take home that overall title and whether or not you thought you had a chance coming in here and your confidence level of being able to come out of this event, not only the event champion, but the overall World Tour champion.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. It's been a goal of mine for some time now to be a world champion, and to come into this, not really too sure if it was going to happen, and to come out on top is amazing. I'm so stoked. I couldn't be happier.
Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to? Anyone back home that's paying attention, that's watching, that you'd like to give a quick shout out to?
Definitely like to give a big thanks to my parents at home, my dad especially, for teaching me to kite and having me grow up in the water. It's without him and without my mum as well, I wouldn't be here today, and I'm just stoked to have that.
So where are you now? You're going to be a defending world champion going into next season. Are you excited to get that tour underway again? And is that going to put any more pressure on you coming into the season, knowing that you're going to have all these guys gunning for you to take you down as the defending world champion?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. There's some insane riders on here, and looking forward to having another year with them. It's going to be sick.
Right on, Kiahi. Congratulations once again. Let's hear it one more time for the men's world champion overall 2012 KSP, Kiahi de Aboides of Australia. If we could get all of the men's and women's winners back up on stage for a photo opportunity. Or perhaps they've already left. Okay, maybe first place men's and women's, which is going to be interesting because this is like kite surfing power couple going on right here on stage. I'm not sure if you two have met before, but if we could get Yalu Longare up on stage here in a second as well. Congratulations to all the event winners. Kiahi winning it here in the individual event and the overall world title, double winner today. On stage now, men's and women's overall world champions for 2012 photo opportunity. This will be going for millions of dollars tomorrow on eBay. Again, it is apple juice, ladies and gentlemen. Both these competitors under 21. Thank you so much for coming out, ladies and gentlemen. That'll do it here from Ho'okipa Beach Park and for the entire 2012 season. One more round of applause for everybody responsible for putting this event together. All the volunteers, thank you so much. Hopefully see you again here next year. Until then, mahalo. Have a good evening.
Amazing events unfolding